I can't see through your cultivation level. Why don't we fight? Jiang Yi asked with a burning gaze. I can't see through your cultivation level. Why don't we fight? Jiang Yi asked with a burning gaze. Han Ju shook his head and said, I'm not your match. I don't want to embarrass myself. Jiang Yi felt that it made sense. Then, let's discuss the Dao. Although I don't major in the Sword Dao, your potential in the Sword Dao is not bad. You can discuss the Dao with me. Damn it. How pretentious. Han Ju cursed silently. If not for the fact that he couldn't kill him instantly, he would have really fought with him. Han Ju said, all right. The two of them meditated on the ground and faced each other. Jiang Yi was the first to talk about his Sword Dao. His Sword Dao paid attention to the overbearing momentum. He used his dermic powers to suppress others and erupted with power to kill enemies. He liked to gather the power of the world and borrow the power of the heavenly Dao. Han Ju listened carefully and benefited greatly. It had to be said that Jiang Yi was indeed powerful. In terms of talent, he was stronger than anyone else. Although Long Hao's talent was terrifying, his comprehension seemed to be lacking. He didn't create his own Dao for the time being. Jiang Yi spoke for a total of 6 years. During this process, he was also sorting out his Sword Dao. Next, it was Han Ju's turn to talk about the Sword Dao. His Sword Dao also focused on explosive power, but it also focused on sustainability. It was more comprehensive than Jiang Yi's Sword Dao. Not long after, Jiang Yi's expression turned grave. He discovered that he had underestimated Han Ju's comprehension of the sword. This kid was extraordinary. Han Ju also talked for exactly 6 years. Jiang Yi praised, your potential in the Sword Dao is definitely top 3 in the world. Han Ju smiled and said, then, you're the number 1 in the world. Jiang Yi didn't refute. Instead, he smiled confidently. Jiang Yi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars, the source of this content is Light Novel World. Han Ju almost vomited blood. You're really shameless. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Jiang Yi left. Han Ju returned to the cave abode. Master, you're finally back. You scared me. Dao Comprehension Sword hurriedly came over. This was the first time Han Ju had left the cave abode for so much time. It frightened the disciples. If not for the golden crow saying that he was in the sky, they would have been in chaos. Han Ju said, what are you afraid of? If I run, I'll definitely bring you along. He rubbed Dao Comprehension Sword's head and discovered that her eyes were red. It seemed that she was really worried about him. Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and nodded. Han Ju sat on the bed and started to recall Jiang Yi's Sword Dao. Another 2 years passed before he started cultivating. It would probably take a long time for him to reach the mid-stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. He couldn't relax. If he cultivated 2 hours less every day, then in a year, he would have cultivated for 730 hours less. If that lasted for 100 years. He couldn't afford to waste time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by demons, X159221, your good friend Huang Jihao encountered a mighty figure and obtained an opportunity. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Your enemy Taoist Dan Qing perished. His essence soul entered the cycle of reincarnation. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun has joined the Dao Sect's Jie school. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Updated from Light Novel World. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, X54, your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Di Hongye and Jiang Yi. Your good friend Sword God Emperor is severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. The war between the demon court and the heavenly court was about to end. It wasn't as intense as before. However, the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Divine Palace were still in a heated battle. The Sword God Emperor was truly miserable. He had been beaten up all these years. Hanju couldn't help but think of the two golden crows under him. It seemed that he had to nurture them. The combat strength of the divine golden crow was truly terrifying. Several months later, Hanju's curse ended. He stood up and walked out of the Khanate cave abode. He came to the Fusang tree and looked up at the two golden crows, smiled, and said, "Do you want to learn a mystical power?" Hearing this, the two golden crows were pleasantly surprised. They landed and transformed into human forms. Ada was a young man and Xiao'er was a young girl. They looked to be 14 or 15 years old. To the golden crow race, they were still young. "Master, what mystical power are you teaching us?" Ada asked excitedly. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to teach them the somersault cloud first. However, this mystical power wasn't suitable for cultivating in the mortal world. "Let's go to the void," Hanju said in a low voice. Long Hao hurriedly said, "Master. I want to go, too." The three-headed Wirm king also stood up. "Me, too." Hanju smiled. "Then, let's go together. Let the others surpass the Mahayana realm first." He waved his right hand and disappeared with the four of them. Chu Shiren, Sun Chang'an, Zhou Mingyue, Morong Qi, Tu Linger, the Black Hell Chicken, and Dao Comprehension Sword looked at each other. "Damn it, I have to hurry up and break through." The Black Hell Chicken shouted. Zhou Mingyue and Tu Linger nodded. They decided not to go out anymore and instead focus on raising their cultivation levels. 3 years later, Hanju and the others returned. This content is taken from Light Novel World. He went to visit Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian and explained the Tao to them. Another half a year passed. Hanju returned to the cave abode and was about to continue cultivating when Meng Po's voice suddenly entered his ears. "Young friend, can you make a trip down?" Hanju hesitated for a moment before jumping into the netherworld. When he arrived at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Hanju saw Mengpa still delivering soup. Mengpa sent a voice transmission. Tu Linger might be in trouble. The demon court knows of her existence. "You guys have a grudge with the demon court?" Hanju asked with a voice transmission, feeling puzzled. "The demons and the magi are mortal enemies. One side won't rest until the other is dead. The demon court won't allow the Magus race to make a comeback. Next, they will think of all ways to get rid of Linger. I have a divine weapon here. You can pass it to her. I won't mistreat you. I have 2 things here. You can choose one. One is the body tempering technique of the Magus race. You can attain the Tao through strength. The second is the blood essence of a Magus. It can temper the body. Although you can't obtain the Magus bloodline, it can allow you to obtain the physique of a Grand Magus. Choose. Meng Po's words stunned Hanju. This was quite a move. Hanju thought for a moment. Body cultivation techniques would delay his cultivation. Dual cultivation in body and energy was too tiring. The blood essence of a Magus was fine, but would it be troublesome? Meng Po wasn't in a hurry. She waited for Hanju to make his choice. Attain the Tao through strength, but what Tao is it? He asked with a voice transmission. Meng Po said, actually, the 2 paths lead to the same goal. The body tempering technique can at most allow you to reach the ancestral Magus realm. The blood essence of the ancestral Magus can directly increase your cultivation. The Grand Magi are all created by the blood essence of the ancestral Magus, and they later created the Magus race. Hanju thought for a moment and said, then, I want the ancestral Magus blood essence. No matter which one he chose, he would be affected by karma. Han Ju wasn't afraid. Since he had already hooked up with the heavenly court, so what if there was another Magus race? The reason why he took the blood essence of the ancestral Magus wasn't for himself to use. What a joke. He had the stellar primordial body. How could that be inferior to the ancestral Magus? Mengpo waved her sleeve, and two beams of light flew into Han Ju's sleeve. He asked with a voice transmission, "Why didn't you give Linger the inheritance?" Mengpo replied, "Her cultivation level is too low. It's not suitable for her right now. Follow current novels on Light Novel World." Han Ju nodded and stopped asking. He returned to the mortal world. He took out the divine weapon. It was a spear. The body of the spear was wrapped in a black dragon. The spear had occupied a third of the spear. It was extremely mighty, not suitable for women at all. "Take it to Linger," Han Ju instructed. Dao Comprehension Sword. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Alright. Dao Comprehension Sword picked up the spear and walked out of the cave abode, muttering to herself, "Master wants to focus on nurturing Linger." Alright. Dao Comprehension Sword picked up the spear and walked out of the cave abode, muttering to herself, "Master wants to focus on nurturing Linger." The other disciples weren't given treasures. Han Ju didn't know what she was thinking and couldn't be bothered. He took out the ancestral Magus blood essence. The blood essence was stored in a small green jade bottle. Han Ju felt a terrifying murderous aura the moment he opened it. Wow! If the blood was already so strong, how strong was the ancestral Magus when he was at the peak? Han Ju's understanding of the ancestral magi came from some novels and myths in his previous life, but he couldn't take them seriously. This cultivation world seemed to be related to the investiture of the gods, Journey to the West, and the primordial world, but it was also very different. Han Ju was thinking about how to use the ancestral Magus blood essence. His first choice was the black hell chicken. He was afraid that the chicken would be devoured by the blood essence. Han Ju probed the ancestral Magus blood essence with his divine sense. In an instant, he was repelled by a terrifying power. Han Ju was frightened and broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly kept the ancestral Magus blood essence. He would use it in the future. If this thing was absorbed into his body, wouldn't he explode? After some thinking, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Another 10 years passed. As usual, Han Ju cursed and checked his emails. Your good friend Jiang Yi comprehended the Sword Dao and became an immortal emperor of the Sword Dao. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by a fiendish cultivator, X1687, your good friend Long Shan has obtained a true dragon race divine weapon. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of entering the Great Void. His divinity has increased. Your good friend Mengpo was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X9, your good friend Mengpo was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure from the netherworld saved her. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren has awakened a Buddhist mystical power. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. The so-called mighty figure should be in existence above the immortal emperor. The system was also constantly upgrading. Anything it couldn't detect would be a mighty figure. There were really many mighty figures in the other worlds. Even the heavenly emperor would be attacked. This heavenly court was too dangerous, he couldn't go there. Han Ju noticed that Chu Shiren had actually awakened a Buddhist mystical power. Could this fellow have already become the Supreme Buddha? Several months later, Han Ju asked Dao Comprehension Sword to call Chu Shiren in. He wanted to talk to him alone. After Chu Shiren entered, he was a little nervous. Was Grandmaster going to teach him a mystical power? Please no. Chu Shiren knelt down in front of him. Han Ju asked, have you comprehended a mystical power recently? Chu Shiren looked up in shock. How did Grandmaster know? Chu Shiren said in shame, I didn't mean to. It was just a dream. I didn't expect, Hanju, this guy was good at posturing. Hanju said angrily, isn't it good to become stronger? You said that you don't want to cultivate, but haven't you already secretly cultivated to the Mahayana realm? That's right. Chu Shiren had already reached the Mahayana realm. Ever since Zhou Mingyue became his disciple, he had been secretly cultivating, afraid that he would be caught up. When Chu Shiren heard that, he immediately felt awkward. He didn't expect that he would still be seen through by his grandmaster. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Grandmaster, I keep feeling that if I continue to cultivate, I will become another person. There's a terrifying power hidden in my body, Chu Shiren said after mustering his courage. Hanju said, everyone has their own past life. There's no need to resist. You're you. Everything in the past is like smoke and mist. This cultivate diligently become immortal mountain not only cultivates cultivation, but also mental states. One day, you will be like me, seeing through everything and not thinking about anything. This is cultivation. Letting go of everything is the great Tao. Chu Shiren was deep in thought. For some reason, he felt that Hanju's words were filled with meaning. What did Grandmaster want him to let go of? Put down his ideals. Hanju began to teach him the mystical power. Regardless of whether Chu Shiren would become the Supreme Buddha in the end, since there was an affinity between them, he had to teach him. Several days later, Chu Shiren left. Hanju only taught him the cultivation mantra and related memories. The specific cultivation depended on him. When Zhou Mingyue saw Chu Shiren come out, he hurriedly went up and asked curiously, Master, did Grandmaster teach you a mystical power? Chu Shiren nodded. Master, teach me too. Zhou Mingyue said excitedly. Chu Shiren hesitated for a moment but still nodded. In a huge, bright hall, a huge golden Buddha sat on a lotus throne. His figure was like a mountain, and he had a dignified expression. 24 huge Buddha beads floated behind him emitting various lights. He was the only one in the hall. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, Supreme Buddha, are you coming back? He raised his right hand and waved it forward. A Buddhist seal shot out and quickly rushed out of the hall. Before long, a monk in white flew in. He had a handsome face and wore white clothes. Amitabha. Greetings, Heavenly Tao Buddha. The white-robed monk pressed his palms together and bowed. Heavenly Tao Buddha said, the Supreme Buddha is about to awaken. Go invite him back. Upon hearing that, the white-robed monk frowned. He said, the Supreme Buddha is in a mortal world of the heavenly court. I'm afraid the Heavenly Emperor won't agree to this. Do it at all costs. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Amitabha. The white-robed monk looked helpless but still agreed. Heavenly Tao Buddha raised his hand, and a golden Buddhist staff flew in front of the white-robed monk. The white-robed monk was pleasantly surprised. Tathagata Buddha staff. Heavenly Tao Buddha closed his eyes and said, I want only success. The white-robed monk held the Buddha staff and nodded solemnly. Spring passed and autumn came. As time passed, the world became a whole new sight. 30 years went by. Hanju was still cultivating. He was still a distance away from the mid-stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. It had already been 100 years, and he still couldn't break through a minor realm. It was really difficult to break through at the golden immortal realm. Hanju wasn't in a hurry. He believed that his speed was already fast. Long Shan was still stuck at the mid-stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm and had already been left behind by Hanju. On this day, Hanju suddenly opened his eyes with a strange expression. He sensed that the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world was increasing. In the past it was difficult to sense it, but ever since he stepped into the Golden Immortal Realm, Han Ju could detect it. As the providence of the scarlet cloud world soared, the spirit chi of heaven and earth also began to increase. Han Ju immediately took out the Heavenly Tao token and checked the ranking on the Heavenly Tao tablet. The Scarlet Cloud World's ranking was constantly rising. It was very fast. Han Ju panicked and hurriedly used the Heavenly Tao token to observe the Scarlet Cloud World. He discovered that the Mahayana cultivators hidden in the small world were all breaking through. Their providence was all gathered in the mortal world, causing the providence of the Scarlet Cloud World to constantly rise. There was something fishy. Han Ju suspected that these people had formed a group. It was impossible for them to break through together so coincidentally. Someone must be secretly organizing it. Han Ju held the Heavenly Tao token and started to deduce with his fingers. Soon, he realized it was the Heavenly Immortal Manner. The Heavenly Tao could reflect everything in the world. Han Ju could spy on the Heavenly Tao in the mortal world, so he naturally knew what the Heavenly Immortal Manner was plotting. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. So the Heavenly Court had a plan behind this. A former Heavenly Immortal Manor member from the Heavenly Court sent a dream to the Heavenly Immortal Manor and taught them the technique of providence, allowing the manor to collude with the mighty figures of the mortal world to strengthen the Scarlet Cloud World. If they succeeded, the upper limit of the mortal world would no longer be the Mahayana realm. Just like in Li Yao's mortal world, it would also be able to support immortals. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After knowing the truth, Han Ju hurriedly used the Heavenly Tao token to contact Di Tai Bai. After knowing the truth, Han Ju hurriedly used the Heavenly Tao token to contact Di Tai Bai. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. What's going on? Why did someone from the Heavenly Court deliberately increase the providence of our Scarlet Cloud World? Han Ju asked. He was really angry. Di Tai Bai was speechless. Isn't it good to help you? Di Tai Bai said, the stronger the Scarlet Cloud World is, the greater the benefits to you. The stronger your providence is, the less likely you will encounter mental demons. In addition, your disciples and grand-disciples can always accompany you. Isn't that a good thing? Han Ju said, I'm afraid of trouble. The stronger the Scarlet Cloud World is, the more enemies there will be. That's true. So, you have to let your disciples become stronger quickly. You can recommend them to the Heavenly Court in the future. Good fellow, that's your plan all along. Don't mind it too much. If you want to become an immortal emperor, you need providence. No matter what cultivation technique it is, it's the same. You will soon understand that if you don't fight with others, you need a deity position. Really? Would I lie to you? Han Ju remained silent. He didn't give up. Then, you have to send experts to guard the void of the Scarlet Cloud World. Otherwise, I'm afraid of death. How many people can actually kill you now? Di Tai Bai said helplessly. After knowing that Han Ju was a golden immortal, he knew that he might not be Hai's match anymore. The Heavenly Court was interested in Han Ju because of his combat strength. He could fight above his realm. Han Ju said, I can be at ease with just one more person. Alright, I'll ask His Majesty. How's the Heavenly Emperor recently? He just suppressed an immortal emperor not long ago. You don't have to worry about His Majesty. The strongest person in the Heavenly Court is His Majesty. Then, I'm relieved. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover new novels. After severing the connection with his divine sense, Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be the strongest in the Heavenly Court. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor position was snatched by brute force? When he surpassed the Heavenly Emperor, could he also become a Heavenly Emperor? Forget it. Too troublesome. Besides, the Heavenly Emperor had done him a favor. He couldn't stab him in the back. Han Ju no longer cared about the mortal world and continued cultivating. In the following period of time, the spirit qi in the entire mortal world increased, causing an uproar. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was also very surprised. The cultivators thought that it was the deity slaying elders doing. On the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, Chu Shiren was stimulated by something and began to cultivate diligently. His breakthrough speed also stimulated the others. Zhou Mingyue finally began to show his talent. 40 years passed. Han Ju finally broke through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm and almost cried in joy. After breaking through, he hurriedly raised his mystical powers. 3 years later, his strength had increased to its current limit. Han Ju started the simulation trial and fought Jiang Yi. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Killing Jiang Yi took so long. This fellow was really ridiculously strong. After so many years, Jiang Yi's strength was definitely stronger than in the simulation trial. Sigh, there's always someone stronger. I still have to hurry up and cultivate. Han Ju thought silently and felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't let Jiang Yi win. He had to have the strength to kill Jiang Yi the next time they met. Han Ju's eyes were firm. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Master, Li Yao left her mortal world, but she's lost. Should we guide her? Dao Comprehension Sword asked when she saw Han Ju open his eyes. In the long years, watching Li Yao's life was already her greatest interest. When Li Yao was injured, her heart would ache. When Li Yao fought her way out, she would be pleasantly surprised. Han Ju was glad that she wasn't in the modern world of Earth. Otherwise, she would definitely be useless and would stay at home to watch dramas every day. It's fine. You only know how precious life is after experiencing countless dangers, Han Ju replied. With Li Yao's cautious personality, it was very difficult for her to die on the way. Dao Comprehension Sword sighed. I hope she can persist. After observing Li Yao for so long, Dao Comprehension Sword quite liked her. It was mainly because Li Yao didn't take the initiative to provoke others and did not cry. She always appeared very strong. Han Ju walked to the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing the enemies. Li Yao was still the same as before even after so many years had passed. She was dressed in white as snow. As she walked in the void, she was elegant and mysterious, as if she was a god that walked in the chaos and had no destination. The only change was that her gaze became more determined. Several months later, Han Ju's curse ended. He checked his emails and didn't see any enemy injured by his curse. Damn! Han Ju continued cultivating, striving to reach the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm as soon as possible. 10 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and prepared to relax. He habitually tested the strongest person in the Scarlet Cloud world. Divine Lord Wuda, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, third-grade Heavenly General of the Heavenly Court, the expert of the Heavenly Court had arrived. Han Ju smiled. The Heavenly Emperor was still reliable. Han Ju immediately simulated the trial. There was no insta-kill. Divine Lord Wuda lasted for 10 seconds. Not bad. Not bad. Han Ju was very satisfied with Divine Lord Wuda's strength. After all, he could instantly kill Di Tai Bai and Dragon Subduing Buddha. With Divine Lord Wuda around, Han Ju would be more at ease cultivating. Master, Murong Qi is looking for you. He wants to ascend. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Dao Comprehension Sword saw that his eyes had opened and immediately said. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Let him in, Han Ju muttered. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and went out to call Murong Qi in. Murong Qi entered and knelt in front of him. Grandmaster, can you let me enter the Heavenly Court? I cultivate the Tao of battle. I can only become stronger quickly in battle. Hanju said, "No problem, but you have to be careful. Always be vigilant when outside. The Divine Palace has already discovered you." Murongchi nodded. He had thought about many things and about all the possible dangers. Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Taibai in front of Murongchi. "I have a grand disciple who wants to enter the Heavenly Court. He wants to fight. Can you help me arrange it?" Hanju asked. Di Taibai smiled. "No problem. Is it Murongchi? Looks like you've been thinking about it for a long time. We've long heard of the Divine Palace's profound truth Divine Emperor. When the time comes, I'll try my best to let him avoid the Divine Palace and fight with the Demon Court first." "All right." Hanju cut off the connection and looked at Murongchi. "It's settled." Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor, an old fox, had figured out all the disciples of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? Even the reincarnation of profound truth Divine Emperor was exposed. Murongchi asked curiously, "Grandmaster, what's your relationship with the Heavenly Court?" This wasn't like a mortal world guardian at all. Murongchi felt that Hanju might be a second-grade immortal or even higher. Hanju smiled and said, "Anyway, the Heavenly Court treats me well. You can stay there in peace." The Heavenly Court had already offended many experts for him. At this point, Hanju already trusted the Heavenly Emperor. Murongchi nodded and said, "Grandmaster, I've left a cave abode in the upper world. When I find it, I'll send some treasures back to help the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain increase its spirit chi. I also have a group of subordinates who can also guard the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain." "Subordinates?" Hanju asked, "How strong are they?" "There are a total of 72 Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators." Murongchi's answer caused Hanju to raise his eyebrows. "So many." The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World.com website. There were as many Golden Immortals as dogs. Read at Wuxia World. EU. You've been reincarnated for so long, but they still acknowledge you? Hanju asked curiously. You've been reincarnated for so long, but they still acknowledge you? Hanju asked curiously. How many years had the profound truth Divine Emperor been reincarnated? Tens of thousands of years had already passed. Murongchi replied, I'm close to them. We once survived the immeasurable calamity together. Even if the world changes, our relationship will not change. Hanju thought for a moment and said, it's better to be cautious. I don't expect you to repay me. Survival is the most important. Murongchi smiled. What he respected the most about Hanju was that he didn't fight for benefits. Even if he wanted to become a disciple in the Divine Palace, he had to serve his master. However, after being under Hanju for so long, their greatest request was to stay on the mountain and cultivate diligently. Such high morals were rare in the immortal world. The two of them chatted for a long time before Hanju let Murongchi leave. After so many years, the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world had already increased. The peak of the mortal world was no longer the Mahayana realm, but the loose immortal realm. However, after reaching the Tribulation Transcendence realm, one could still ascend as long as one could successfully transcend the tribulation. With Murongchi's potential, it wasn't difficult for him to ascend. In less than half a year, he successfully ascended. His departure didn't cause the others of the hidden sect to waver. After all, the spirit chi of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain wasn't inferior to the immortal world. There was also immortal chi. He had only ascended to seek opportunities. Cultivation was endless. Hanju continued to cultivate diligently. Occasionally, he would curse his enemies, check his emails, investigate the Scarlet Cloud world, and teach his disciples. The days were as usual. There were no accidents or changes. 20 years passed. Hanju was cursing the enemy. In the distant void, the heavenly puppet suddenly saw a ball of flames rapidly growing in size. To be precise, it was rapidly approaching him. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to test the strongest person in the Scarlet Cloud world. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Com, Great Sage Heavenly Fox, Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Demon Court Demon Saint, Dream Demoness, Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Demon Court Demon Saintess, 2 Demon Saints. Hanju frowned. He started the simulation trial and fought 1 against 2. In any case, with Divine Lord Wuda around, he could withstand it for a period of time. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes. He frowned. He couldn't kill them instantly. He would try another battle method. Hanju continued the simulation trials, determined to find a way to insta-kill the 2 demon saints. In the void, the 2 demon saints flew with torrential flames. A huge saber shadow slashed down and stopped them. How dare you, demons! How dare you barge into the heavenly court's mortal world! Divine Lord Wuda shouted as he appeared. He wore heavy silver-blue armor and a tiger head with beads on it. He had 4 eyes and looked majestic. Without another word, he started fighting. He wielded his saber and slashed. The flames exploded and 2 demon saints appeared. Great Sage Heavenly Fox had a human head and wore black clothes, with 9 huge tails behind him. Dream Demoness had the body of a woman. She was graceful, but her body was covered in leaves. It was extremely terrifying. So it's Divine Lord Wuda. No wonder you're so arrogant. Dream Demoness snorted coldly. She quickly cast a spell with both hands as her dermic powers transformed into huge vines that were even larger than a mountain range and lashed out at Divine Lord Wuda. Great Sage Heavenly Fox raised his hand, and a black whip covered in spikes appeared out of thin air, also striking at Divine Lord Wuda. A huge battle erupted. Under the Fusang tree, the 2 golden crows and the 3-headed Wirm king looked up. They had all surpassed the Mahayana realm and could feel a terrifying pressure in the sky. They immediately became nervous. What happened? Inside the Khanate cave abode. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Finally finding a way to insta-kill the 2 demon saints, Hanju immediately headed into the void. The other party came menacingly and was obviously not passing by. They were either sent by the 9-tailed demon empress to take revenge or to deal with Tu Linger. No matter what, they had to die. Hanju appeared in the void and watched as Divine Lord Wuda was surrounded and beaten. It had to be said that the 2 demon saints were quite strong. They directly suppressed Divine Lord Wuda. Divine Lord Wuda grumbled. No wonder His Majesty sent me here. 2 demon saints came at once. Who can resist? Divine Lord Wuda cursed silently and could only continue. His body shook and he quickly grew taller, as if a giant was born in the void. The scene was shocking. He raised his saber with both hands and slashed down angrily. A long crack tore through the void as lightning interwove. Terrifying saber chi erupted and swept in all directions. The 2 demon saints were suppressed and forced to retreat. Hanju didn't attack immediately but watched the battle with relish. He would first let Divine Lord Wuda exhaust himself. This way, it would be easier to instantly kill them. Divine Lord Wuda noticed Hanju, but he didn't care. This fellow was only at the true immortal realm and couldn't interfere. Hanju took out the heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Tai Bai as he watched the battle. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. Hey, why did you let 2 demon saints in? Divine Lord Wuda can't hold on much longer, Hanju said. Why could the enemy enter the heavenly court's mortal world whenever they wanted? Di Tai Bai said helplessly, the heavenly court is above the 9 heavens of the immortal world. The mortal world is below the immortal world. There are countless worlds in the universe. How can our heavenly court protect every mortal world? Go help Divine Lord Wuda. Their great sage Heavenly Fox and Dream Demoness, won't killing them attract even more trouble? It's actually them. Kill them, it's fine. We're irreconcilable with the demon court, anyway. His divine sense cut off the connection. Inside the numinous palace. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. D. Tai Bai looked up at the Heavenly Emperor and said, Great Sage Heavenly Fox and Dream Demoness have gone to the Scarlet Cloud world. The Heavenly Emperor said casually, I saw it. Since that kid dared to show up, it means that he's not afraid. Don't worry. These two demon saints rarely attack. Were they sent by the nine-tailed demon empress? I remember that they don't belong to her. They're under the demon emperor. They must be here for the Magus race. D. Tai Bai's expression changed slightly. Magus race. It was an ancient race, so ancient that he had almost forgotten about them. D. Tai Bai asked carefully, is Han Ju a descendant of the Magus race? He had always been curious about Han Ju's background. The Heavenly Emperor snorted. How is that possible? How can there be such a cowardly person in the Magus race? True. It's the work of that person from the underworld. Like the Heavenly Court, she wants to rope Han Ju in. I've always turned a blind eye to it. If the Magus race makes a comeback, will it affect the Heavenly Court? That's good. I can use Han Ju to win over the Magus race. D. Tai Bai came to a realization and looked at the Heavenly Emperor in admiration. His Majesty really thought far ahead. The current Heavenly Court needed more power, indeed. On the other side, Han Ju took out the primordial judgment sword and walked towards the two demon saints. The two demon saints fighting didn't think much of him and focused on attacking Divine Lord Wuda. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. He suddenly waved his sword and slashed out 9 layers of sword chi. They stood in front of the sword blade and formed billions of sword shadows. Almost instantly, the 3 pure world cleansing erupted. Millions of sword shadows shot out with a world-shattering momentum, sweeping through everything. Divine Lord Wuda, Great Sage Heavenly Fox, and Dream Demoness turned their heads in horror. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience this was. Oh no! Dodge! Great Sage Heavenly Fox shouted angrily and quickly jumped away. Dream Demoness' reaction was a little slow as billions of sword shadows appeared in front of her. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Dream Demoness was drowned by the 3 pure world cleansing and her body and soul were destroyed. Dream Demoness was drowned by the 3 pure world cleansing and her body and soul were destroyed. Great Sage Heavenly Fox, who had dodged, showed a drastic change in expression. He could sense that the Dream Demoness aura was instantly obliterated. Impossible. Before Great Sage Heavenly Fox could think further, the billions of sword shadows of the 3 pure world cleansing turned around and attacked him. They were like a torrent of the heavenly Tao that swept through the void, unstoppable. Great Sage Heavenly Fox turned around and fled in fear. Han Ju raised his left hand and used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, shooting at Great Sage Heavenly Fox's head. Great Sage Heavenly Fox didn't die even after having lost his head. He was still fleeing. However, his speed was affected. 3 pure world cleansing quickly caught up and destroyed his body and soul. In the simulation trial, the reason he couldn't kill the 2 demon saints was that they were proficient in escaping. After being exhausted by Divine Lord Wuda, the 2 demon saints were caught off guard. How could they escape? The entire process took less than 2 breaths of time. The 2 perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators couldn't withstand Han Ju's sword chi. He had used 2 Emperor Realm mystical powers. Not every Grand Unity Golden Immortal was like Jiang Yi. Divine Lord Wuda was dumbfounded as he looked at Han Ju in shock. Impossible. He directly killed two famous demon saints. How strong is this person? Hanju cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." With that, he turned around and left. Divine Lord Wuda was still stunned and couldn't recover from his shock. Inside the numinous palace, the Heavenly Emperor waved his sleeve and retracted the mirror. Di Taibai sighed. This child's strength is truly terrifying. His breakthrough speed is even faster than the one from the Divine Palace and the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The Heavenly Emperor said calmly, "This is why I treat him so well. He's worth it." Di Taibai nodded. Such talent was indeed worthy of being nurtured by the Heavenly Court at all costs. Has the war between the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Divine Palace ended? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Di Taibai replied, "It's over." The Divine Palace compromised and gave the 3-star domains to the Golden Crow Divine Clan. He couldn't help but sigh at the mention of this. The Divine Palace was so powerful, but it actually compromised. The Golden Crow Divine Clan cannot be underestimated. I have always felt that they're ambitious. In the past, they were the Emperor clan of the demon race. After the Magus demon calamity, the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Magus race perished together. Now, both races might rise again. The Heavenly Court needs to weigh their relationships. An unprecedented immeasurable calamity might be coming. The Heavenly Emperor frowned slightly as worry appeared in his eyes. Di Taibai asked carefully, "Your Majesty, what do you see?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "I see an era filled with darkness and the immortal god's demise. It's very similar to that legend." "Which legend?" "The Tao Devil War." Gasped Di Taibai was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Will the devils cause chaos in the worlds?" "Not the devil race, but an existence even more terrifying than the devils." The Heavenly Emperor's eyes darkened. Di Taibai wanted to ask more, but the Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He could only bow and leave. After leaving the numinous palace, Di Taibai was still thinking about the Heavenly Emperor's words. What could make the Heavenly Emperor uneasy and fearful? The Demon Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju looked at the line of words in front of him and fell silent. He silently checked his interpersonal relationships. Demon Emperor, cultivation unknown. Lord of the Demon Court, immeasurable Emperor. He has unified the demon race for countless years. He is equivalent to the Lord of the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Tao Buddha of the Buddhist sect. They are collectively known as the 4 peaks of the Heavenly Tao. He is a peak existence on the path of cultivation. Because you killed his 2 demon saints, he has developed hatred towards you. Once you leave the Heavenly Court, he will definitely kill you. Current hatred points, 4 stars, it looked amazing. Hanju secretly felt disdain. So what if you're the Demon Emperor? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hanju picked up the Book of Misfortune with a trembling right hand and started cursing the enemy. He would first curse the other enemies before cursing the Demon Emperor. He took a deep breath and started checking his emails. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by a demon saint. His life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, your good friend Divine General helped him. Your good friend Zhou Fan has learned a Tao sect mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Di Hongye was attacked by the true dragon race, x1863, your disciple Su Qi has joined the Divine Palace. Your grand disciple Murong Qi obtained the Heavenly Court War God inheritance. Your enemy Nine-Tailed Demon Empress has developed a mental demon because of your curse. Your enemy Heavenly Rage Buddha has been injured by your curse. Your good friend Ji Xianshan accidentally entered the chaotic forbidden zone. Hanju was overjoyed when he saw that the Nine-Tailed Demon Empress and the Heavenly Rage Buddha had been successfully cursed by him. The pressure from the Demon Emperor immediately decreased. The Book of Misfortune was indeed reliable. Hanju noticed that Su Qi had joined the divine palace. Interesting. It seemed that he could ask him to help save Zhang Guxing in the future. But then again, if the heavenly court could see through Murong Qi and Fang Liang, why couldn't they see through Su Qi? Could it be that the heavenly court also rejected Su Qi, so they didn't recruit him? Was the jinx so scary? Perhaps Su Qi had a higher status, and the heavenly court did not dare to recruit him. Hanju thought silently. After cursing for a few months, he continued cultivating. For more, visit Light Novel World. Calm being targeted by the Demon Emperor, Hanju had to cultivate harder. He couldn't rely on the Heavenly Emperor for his entire life. In the end, he had to rely on himself. Heavenly Court, beside the Heavenly River, in a cloud stone pavilion. Murong Qi and the Divine General sat opposite each other and drank. The Divine General smiled and said, "How many years has it been? I can finally drink with you again. In the past, I invited you to join the Heavenly Court, but you refused. Now, you've come knocking on my door." After changing into the Heavenly General's silver armor, Murong Qi looked even more handsome. He wasn't inferior to the Divine General at all, but his dominance was inferior to the latter. Murong Qi chuckled. "If not for Grandmaster joining the Heavenly Court, I wouldn't have come. I still don't approve of the Heavenly Court." The Divine General asked suspiciously, "You've already awakened your previous life's memories. Why do you still acknowledge him as your Grandmaster? Don't you think it's beneath you? Why would that be so? He's so weak. Do you actually know my Grandmaster's cultivation level? I see. I've only awakened the memories of my previous life. I'm no longer the same person." Murong Qi swirled his wine cup as his thoughts drifted. The Divine General narrowed his eyes and asked, "Hurry up and recover your immortal Emperor cultivation level. I can't wait to fight you." Murong Qi asked, "The Heavenly Court wants to be tied to the Divine Palace?" He frowned. He, who was once the war god of the Divine Palace, was determined to overturn it. "It's just the current trend. Perhaps the situation will change tomorrow," the Divine General said nonchalantly. "I'm only a spear in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. I don't care about the big picture. I will kill whoever the Heavenly Emperor wants me to kill." Murong Qi smiled mockingly. It was unknown if he was mocking himself or being disdainful of the Divine General. The Divine General continued, "Jiang Yi of the Golden Crow Divine Clan has just become an immortal emperor. Do you remember him? He almost became your disciple." Murong Qi replied, "I don't remember, it's no longer important." He changed the topic and said, "I'm going to the Heaven Punishment Divine Region. Can you accompany me?" The source of this content is Light Novel World. Come read at Wuxia World. EU. With your cultivation level, aren't you courting death by going to the Heaven Punishment Divine Region? The Divine General teased. With your cultivation level, aren't you courting death by going to the Heaven Punishment Divine Region? The Divine General teased. Murong Qi rolled his eyes and snorted. "It's settled, then." The Divine General shook his head and laughed, not refuting. Murong Qi's thoughts drifted out of the Heavenly Court and back to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. After getting used to cultivating diligently, he was really not used to life in the Heavenly Court. After killing Great Sage Heavenly Fox and Dream Demoness, 20 years had passed. The Scarlet Cloud world had completely changed. Many loose immortals appeared in the cultivation world. Mahayana was no longer a legend. Under the influence of the spirit chi of the Cultivation Immortal Mountain, the cultivation of all the cultivators in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect also increased steadily. Not long ago, they had attracted a Mahayana realm guest. Although Hanju had fewer connections with the Jade Pure Sacred Sect now, no one in the cultivation world dared to provoke them. The Heavenly Immortal Manor had even established a friendly relationship with them to help each other. However, there were still disciples kneeling below the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. Although the chance of being chosen by Hanju was very low, many people wanted to try. On this day, Hanju had just finished cursing the enemy when he came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water to watch. Li Yao was still traveling through the void. The worlds were endless, and it was very difficult to find the Scarlet Cloud world. Hanju had established a connection with her and could let her sense the direction. As for the exact location, she would only know after she got close. Hanju deduced. She was very far away. It was so far that even the reincarnation Golden Immortal couldn't tell how far it was. After so many years, Li Yao's cultivation level had been increasing. Now, she was already at the late-stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal realm. Not bad. Hanju was very satisfied with Li Yao's talent. If she could join the hidden sect, it would also help increase the average combat strength of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. Dao Comprehension Sword asked, Master, when are you accepting new disciples? Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience she had always wanted to take in a female disciple. Hanju said, it's not time yet. He had yet to encounter anyone with connate providence. It was indeed strange. Now that the system's detection range had already covered the entire Scarlet Cloud world, why was there none in the mortal world? Could it be that as he grew stronger, the requirements of detecting connate providence also began to increase? Very likely. Someone with Yang Tiandong's amount of connate providence wasn't worth mentioning now. If it was like before, Hanju would probably be frequently reminded. Thinking of Yang Tiandong, he wondered how this kid was doing recently. Ever since Fang Liang and Murong Qi ascended, the Fusang tree has become much quieter. Howard is no longer as lively as before. Dao Comprehension Sword sighed. Tu Linger also often went out to train, so Dao Comprehension Sword's usual joy was to watch Li Yao's adventures. However, Li Yao spent most of her time cultivating or traveling. There were too few exciting segments. Hanju said calmly, this is the loneliness on the path of cultivation. If you can't suppress your loneliness, how can you surpass all living beings? Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and said, I don't want to surpass all living beings. Just follow Master. You don't want to, but I want to. But if your cultivation isn't enough, you won't be able to keep up with me and can't escape the cycle of reincarnation, just like the previous sect master of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju's words caused Dao Comprehension Sword to frown. That was true. For some reason, Dao Comprehension Sword heard a hint of loneliness in Hanju's tone. Thinking about it carefully, she actually didn't understand him. She didn't know where Hanju came from, what he was thinking, or why he was so obsessed with longevity. Hanju was indeed in a low mood. Recently, there seemed to be fewer images in his interpersonal relationships. He couldn't even remember who they were. There were not many people in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect that he was familiar with. Other than Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer, everything on Jade Serene Peak had changed. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Even though Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer were still alive, Hanju discovered that his feelings for them were also fading. Hanju's only obsession was longevity. Perhaps this is the heartlessness of the great Tao. Hanju thought silently. No mighty figure could make every related person rise up alongside him. Experiencing life and death was normal in the mortal world. After thinking, Hanju shook his head and smiled. He turned around and returned to the bed to cultivate. Dao Comprehension Sword fell silent. She sat back on the mat and began cultivating. She felt something, but it was indescribable. She knew that only by cultivating persistently could she understand her master's heart. 7 years later. The first thing Xing Hongxian did when she returned was to find Hanju. After Dao Comprehension Sword walked out of the cave abode, she began to talk about her experiences over the years. Hanju stared at her in a daze. Even after so many years, Xing Hongxian seemed to have not changed. Perhaps she had changed, but her attitude towards him had not. As he listened, Han Ju couldn't help but smile. Several hours later, Xing Hongxian finally finished. Her mouth had also gone dry. She smiled and said, "I really want to ascend as soon as possible. You no longer care about the treasures in the mortal world. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is insufficient. I still have to wait for a few thousand years before I can ascend." Han Ju smiled and said, "I don't need you to give me treasures every time." In the past, he needed them and even looked forward to receiving her gifts. Thinking about it now, Han Ju also felt that he was a little ridiculous. Xing Hongxian came to find him with joy, but he was thinking about treasures instead. "Have you had any problems with your cultivation recently?" Han Ju asked. For some reason, Xing Hongxian felt that Han Ju was exceptionally gentle today. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. He had never been so gentle. Xing Hongxuan's smile became even brighter. She started to pull Han Ju's clothes and smiled. "Yes, but there's no hurry. Let's go first. You, don't talk, hurry up." And, after several months, Han Ju began to guide Xing Hongxian in cultivation and even taught her a mystical power. 2 years passed in a flash. Xing Hongxian left in satisfaction. Dao Comprehension Sword looked at her back with a displeased expression. She walked into the Khanate cave abode and was about to ask, but seeing that Han Ju had already entered a meditative state, she could only give up. In a bright hall, Su Qi and hundreds of people in similar robes knelt on the ground. Su Qi was very nervous. The Divine Palace was a top-notch power in the immortal world. It was on par with the heavenly court. He cherished the opportunity to enter it. A figure suddenly appeared in front of all the disciples. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression, with a sword at his waist. He was the Sword God Emperor. Sword God Emperor scanned everyone in the hall, and his gaze suddenly stopped on Su Qi. He frowned and pinched his fingers to deduce. What? Such overpowering bad luck. Where did this kid come from? He actually has a master-disciple relationship with that kid. Sword God Emperor thought doubtfully. Su Qi's bad luck made him instinctively want to expel him. However, he was related to Han Ju. He thought for a moment and decided to turn a blind eye. Although you have passed the palace assessment, you're still far from being able to gain a foothold in the Divine Palace. If you cannot become a true immortal within 1,000 years, all of you will have to leave, Sword God Emperor said coldly. The disciples nodded in agreement. They weren't afraid. Instead, they were confident. Those who could enter the Divine Palace were all talented people. Some were even the number one in a mortal world. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Sword God Emperor was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something. His expression instantly darkened as he cursed softly. Is there an end to this? How unlucky. He immediately vanished. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Ever since Su Qi joined the Divine Palace, Han Ju had been looking forward to his performance. Ever since Su Qi joined the Divine Palace, Han Ju had been looking forward to his performance. However, the Divine Palace wasn't the Dragon Immortal Island. It wasn't so easy for Su Qi to rely on his bad luck to harm them. It could even be said to be impossible. If Su Qi could even destroy the Divine Palace, he wouldn't be a jinx. He would be the immeasurable calamity itself, the tribulation that could let the heavenly Tao reshuffle its cards. Time passed. Han Ju approached 2,000 years of age. His cultivation level was also developing towards the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. 30 years later. Han Ju was awakened in the middle of cultivation by Dao Comprehension Sword. Master, 2 old friends are here to visit you. Han Ju opened his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. He discovered that Mo Zhu and Mo Fuzhou had returned. The two of them were already at the Mahayana realm. A Mahayana realm cultivator around 2,000 years old was also considered a prodigy. Han Ju said, "Let them in. Wait outside." Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and went to welcome them. Soon, Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu entered the cave abode. It wasn't Mo Zhu's first time here, but she still felt that things had changed. She looked at Han Ju with a complicated expression. Mo Fuzhou was the first to smile. "Brother Han, long time no see." Seeing Han Ju again, Mo Fuzhou sighed with emotions. Han Ju smiled and nodded. "Why are you willing to come back?" Mo Fuzhou said, "The two of us are preparing to ascend. The Mo family wants us to go to the upper world to find the seniors of the family who have ascended. The Mo family's reputation in the mortal world has already been tarnished, we can't stay any longer. Ever since the heavenly court attacked, the fiends have become hated by everyone in the Scarlet Cloud world. The number of fiendish cultivators had decreased greatly, and they did not dare to openly travel the world." Han Ju wasn't too surprised to know that the two of them were about to ascend. The three of them began to talk about the past and their experiences over the years. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World .com platform. Han Ju had been cultivating diligently, so he had nothing to say and listened most of the time. Several hours later, Mo Fuzhou left and let Mo Zhu and Han Ju be alone. "I actually don't want to ascend, but the clan needs me and my brother to be revitalized. It's very difficult for him to do it alone." Mo Zhu sighed. She had inherited the inheritance of Mo Yuling and the previous family heads. Mo Fuzhou had obtained the inheritance of the devil race. The one who had truly inherited the Mo family was actually her. Han Ju said, "Is the Mo family really that important to you?" Mo Zhu said, "I've been bearing this hatred since I was young. This is already an obsession, just like how you want to live forever." Han Ju remained silent. This was also the reason why he did not forcefully dissuade Mo Zhu. Not all men lived for women. It was the same for women. It was impossible for Han Ju to let all the women stay by his side every single day for all eternity, just like in novels. Love was never meant to be pursued forever, regardless of gender. Especially for cultivators. If cultivators only lived for love, why would they cultivate? The immortal world is very dangerous. Be careful when the time comes, Han Ju reminded. Mo Zhu nodded. Her face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head. Han Ju understood and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I don't want to have any regrets before leaving." "What regrets?" "You know what I'm talking about." Mo Zhu rebuked as her ears turned red. Han Ju said, "Fine, come. I'll do as you say." Several months later, Mo Zhu left. She found Mo Fuzhou in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, then the two of them left. Han Ju didn't send them off. There was no need for these superficial acts. Dao Comprehension Sword walked into the cave abode and curled her lips. "Master, why is that woman covered in your aura? Inside her body, too?" Han Ju almost fell off the bed. This question. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Han Ju glared at her and said, "What are you thinking about all day?" "We were discussing the Tao. I taught her a cultivation technique and used my dermic powers to circulate her spirit energy." "Really?" "Of course. Then why didn't you teach me this? Are you worthy?" "Humph." Dao Comprehension Sword sat down angrily. Han Ju couldn't be bothered with her and continued cultivating. "Sigh, this grass has grown up and is beginning to have improper thoughts about me. What should I do?" Han Ju thought silently. "Give her to someone else." Impossible. Although cultivation was for longevity, there was no need to push aside women who had a favorable impression of him. It was best to live a comfortable life. Moreover, there was no monogamy in this world. For example, the heavenly emperor wasn't joking about having 3,000 concubines. Hanju knew very well what Tao Comprehension Sword was thinking about him, but he didn't want to advance their relationship too early. This girl was too weak. She had to cultivate diligently. 10 years passed. Hanju cursed his enemies as usual and started to check his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has cultivated the slaughter god physique. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun was attacked by demons, X10223, your grand disciple Murong Qi and your good friend Divine General have entered the heavenly punishment divine domain. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was captured by a mighty figure and was forcefully enlightened. Your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor of the true dragon race, X14, your good friend Jiang Yi was severely injured and managed to escape. Your good friend Zhou Fan has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Sun Chang'an has comprehended the world. His providence has increased greatly. The number of battles in the past 10 years had decreased greatly. It seemed that peace had arrived in the immortal world. The source of this content is Light Novel World. This was good. What was the point of fighting all day? Cultivation was already blocked by the heavenly tribulation. If they fought, wouldn't they be bewitched by the heavenly Tao? Hanju thought silently. At this moment, detected bearer of Khanate Providence, check its origin. Hanju raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. White-robed Buddha, perfected grand unity golden immortal realm. He obtained the inheritance of the burning lamp ancient Buddha and has remarkable abilities. He was transformed into a Buddha by the heavenly Tao Buddha. On the surface, he is respectful to the Buddhist sect, but he is actually a disciple of the Tao sect's Chan school. He is secretly protected by a heavenly venerable and is not affected by the Buddha. The heavenly Tao Buddha sent him to find the Supreme Buddha. Find the Supreme Buddha? Hanju was vigilant and immediately started the simulation trial. 10 breaths later, he opened his eyes. What Buddhist staff is he using? It's a little strong. Hanju didn't give up and continued the fighting. This time, he unleashed his full strength. Too close. Still an instant kill. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that the white-robed Buddha would cause trouble. At the same time, in the void, Divine Lord Wuda stopped the white-robed Buddha and asked, White-robed Buddha, why are you here? Amitba. This world is fated with me. I'm here to impart the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist Tao. The white-robed Buddha smiled. He was handsome and smiled kindly. Divine Lord Wuda frowned. He was about to retort when he suddenly heard a voice, so he said, If you dare to cause trouble, I will attack you immediately. With that, he turned around and made way. The white-robed Buddha smiled and nodded before flying towards the scarlet cloud world. Divine Lord Wuda vanished into the darkness soon after. Hanju's heavenly puppet witnessed this scene and couldn't help but curse. Why was he allowed in? Wasn't the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect enemies? Updated from Light Novel World. Hanju hesitated. Should he kill the white-robed Buddha? However, the white-robed Buddha had only come to find the Supreme Buddha and not to find trouble with him. Wouldn't killing the white-robed Buddha cause trouble for him? Read at Wuxia World. EU. The white-robed Buddha entered the scarlet cloud world. He didn't immediately head to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain but wandered around the mortal world. The white-robed Buddha entered the scarlet cloud world. He didn't immediately head to the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain but wandered around the mortal world. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Hanju wasn't either. He could kill him instantly, anyway. He continued to cultivate. The white-robed Buddha really began to promote his cultivation technique. However, This fellow did not promote Buddhist techniques, but Tao techniques instead. Han Ju saw his actions through the heavenly Tao token while cultivating and couldn't help but be speechless. What a traitor. Han Ju found it funny. Could it be that he doesn't want to find the Supreme Buddha and is just delaying time? After all, he's a spy from the Tao sect's Chan school. Han Ju was enlightened. This made sense. Was the white-robed Buddha not afraid of being deduced by the heavenly Tao Buddha? Han Ju couldn't figure it out and could only continue to watch. In the blink of an eye. 20 years passed. The Tao techniques of Chan school began to flourish in the Scarlet Cloud world. Many sects of the Chan school appeared in the various states. Although they didn't cause a stir in the cultivation world, Han Ju could see the white-robed Buddha's arrangements through the heavenly Tao token. Han Ju didn't mind. There were all sorts of sects in the cultivation world. So what if there was one more Chan school? It was fine as long as it didn't affect him. On this day, the white-robed Buddha came to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain and wanted to visit the people on the mountain. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, no one responded. The white-robed Buddha frowned. A disciple of the Jade Pure Sacred sect kneeling in front of the stone tablet said, "Stop shouting. This is an immortal mountain. How can you go up as you wish?" The other kneeling disciples mocked. The white-robed Buddha shook his head and laughed. A group of mortals was truly ridiculous. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm, he flashed to the Fusang tree. Everyone under the tree immediately opened their eyes. Long Hao stood up and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" The Black Hell Chicken, the three-headed Wirm King, Tu Linger, Zhou Mingyue, Sun Chang'an, Chu Shiren, and the two golden crows opened their eyes. The white-robed Buddha scanned the area and was shocked. Golden Crow. Ancient Spiritual Ginseng. Supreme Buddha. Heavenly Emperor Aura, and that demon saint, he was truly shocked. What the hell was this place? Why were there so many providence bearers gathered? He knew the ancient spiritual ginseng and had interacted with it before. Long Hao's heavenly emperor aura was too strong. He also looked like the heavenly emperor. White-robed Buddha's heart sank. No wonder the heavenly Tao Buddha had given him the Tathagata Buddha staff. White-robed Buddha, why are you here? Sun Chang'an asked solemnly. Back in the Buddhist sect, he was only a pet, or even a slave. In the past, he had to look up to the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha smiled. I'm here to fetch Buddha. Buddha. Sun Chang'an's expression changed drastically. The others were also stunned. Who was the Buddha? They immediately thought of Han Ju. He had always been very mysterious to them. Master is a Buddha. How is that possible? Sun Chang'an was shocked. If Han Ju was the Buddha, wouldn't he have been fooled by the Buddhists? At this moment, the white-robed Buddha looked at Chu Shiren and asked with a smile, Buddha, are you coming back? Swoosh, everyone looked at Chu Shiren. Zhou Mingyue was pleasantly surprised. My master is a Buddha. Chu Shiren was stunned. How can I be Buddha? Don't slander me. Could it be that the one he encountered in his dream was Buddha? He can't go with you. Leave. Han Ju's voice floated out of the cave abode. The white-robed Buddha couldn't help but turn to look at the connate cave abode. His divine sense couldn't enter it. The Tao field could block divine senses below the deity realm. The reason why the white-robed Buddha could enter was that Han Ju didn't activate the defensive array formation of the Tao field because the disciples often went out. Who are you? You shouldn't be an ordinary mortal world immortal, right? The white-robed Buddha asked with a smile, full of curiosity about Han Ju. Han Ju's voice floated out, if not for the fact that you're not truly with the Buddhist sect, I wouldn't have let you into the mortal world and would have killed you already. With that said, the white-robed Buddha's expression changed drastically. What did he mean? The white-robed Buddha pretended to be calm and smiled. Amitba, why would I not be with the Buddhist sect? Are you sure you want me to expose it? Remember, there's always someone listening. At this moment, the white-robed Buddha could no longer remain calm. He didn't dare to ask further. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Eastern Wu Divine World, Sun Quan." The white-robed Buddha frowned. Where was the Eastern Wu Divine World? To be able to call itself a divine world, it must be extraordinary. If you don't leave in 3 breaths, you can stay here for good. Han Ju's voice sounded. The white-robed Buddha instinctively sensed danger and hurriedly vanished. The others looked at each other. Zhou Mingyue muttered in surprise, "Isn't Master called?" The black hell chicken glared and scolded him. "Shut up. What do you know? Master is doing this to avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhou Mingyue was instantly enlightened. At the end of the world. The white-robed Buddha appeared in the forest, panting heavily. That feeling just now. The other party is an immortal emperor. The source of this content is Light Novel World. The white-robed Buddha was covered in a cold sweat. When Han Ju's reincarnation sword intent locked onto him, he felt the aura of death. Sun Quan of Eastern Wu Divine World. There are indeed many hidden talents in the world. The white-robed Buddha sighed. He didn't have any hatred towards Han Ju. It was obvious that the other party didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't attack. He didn't want to invite the Supreme Buddha back and was only putting on a show, anyway. Now, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The white-robed Buddha was very interested in Sun Quan now. How many factions had the heavenly court befriended? Forget it, I'll hide here and cultivate. I'll become an immortal emperor first. Fortunately, the heavenly emperor knows my identity. The white-robed Buddha thought silently and walked in a direction. White-robed Buddha has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. When Han Ju saw the line of words in front of him, a huge question mark appeared in his mind. Wait. So he's an ally? No wonder Divine Lord Wuda had let the white-robed Buddha in. The heavenly court and Chan school were colluding. Han Ju wanted to take out the heavenly Dao token and ask, but he was afraid that it would be disadvantageous to him if he knew too much. That's right. I'm on good terms with the Dao sect's Chan school. I've long known about the white-robed Buddha's identity, but this matter cannot be made public. Don't tell Tai Bai, either. As for the white-robed Buddha, let him stay in the Scarlet Cloud world. He can still help you. The heavenly emperor's voice entered his ears, just as he had guessed. Han Ju took a deep breath and nodded. Wow. These big shots really knew how to play. They even hid it from their trusted aides. The heavenly court had spies from other factions, and the Buddhist sect also had spies from the heavenly court. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, is Chu Shuren really a Buddha?" She remembered that Han Ju said that Long Hao didn't have the greatest background in her previous life. Han Ju closed his eyes and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Cultivate well. I hope that you can help me block the intruders one day." Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but feel ashamed and didn't dare to ask further. From then on, the white-robed Buddha continued to walk the mortal world and impart his teachings. Han Ju still paid attention to prevent the white-robed Buddha from causing trouble. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. 30 years later. Han Ju sensed something and opened his eyes. He took out the heavenly Dao token. It burned and shook in his hands. Read at Wuxia World. EU. What's happening? What's happening? Han Ju frowned and probed the heavenly Dao token with his divine sense. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high enough. This heat did not affect him. Soon, Han Ju's divine sense arrived in front of the heavenly Dao tablet. He checked and was shocked. Number 763. The ranking was still rising. What happened? Han Ju hurriedly observed the Scarlet Cloud world. The number of body integration and tribulation transcendence realm cultivators had increased exponentially over the years. Mahayana realm cultivators were also continuously emerging. Not long after, Han Ju caught sight of the white-robed Buddha. This fellow was preaching to thousands of cultivators on a tall mountain. These cultivators were at least at the body integration realm, and some people broke through one after another. Not only that, but cultivators also rushed over to listen. No wonder the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world had increased so quickly. As the providence of the world continued to increase, Han Ju clearly felt that his providence was also increasing. Di Tai Bai had said that to break through to the immortal emperor realm, one needed a powerful providence. Isn't providence here already? Han Ju felt the distress of happiness. On one hand, he was afraid that the Scarlet Cloud world would attract attention, but on the other hand, he enjoyed the increase in providence. Forget it. He would cultivate first. Han Ju put down the heavenly Tao token and continued cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. After reaching the late stage, he would be closer to perfection. If he reached the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm, would the immortal emperor realm be far away? After reaching the immortal emperor realm, wouldn't he be close to the deity realm? You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Was reaching the deity realm still a dream? Han Ju thought about it and became excited. He was full of fighting spirit. When Han Ju was still cultivating, the heaven and earth spirit chi increased with the providence of the heavenly Tao. Everyone was celebrating. This wasn't the first time the providence of the world had increased greatly. The mighty figures of the Holy Lands declared that this was the grace of the heavenly Tao. An unprecedented golden age had arrived. Almost every few years, a prodigy would appear, each with their own style. The demonic path had declined, and the cultivation world welcomed an era where sects competed. There was no competition for morality, only strength. The Jade Pure Sacred sect was relatively peaceful. No sect dared to provoke them. The white-robed Buddha preached to the world and also gained a reputation. Many temples and statues of the white-robed Buddha even emerged among the people. By enjoying the offerings of the mortal world, the white-robed Buddha's providence was constantly increasing. 28 years later. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected that you are 2,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices: 1. Immediately ascend and become famous in the immortal world. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Follow your Tao heart. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. Han Ju opened his eyes and was curious. What was a great Tao fragment? He immediately chose not to ascend. You chose not to ascend for the time being. You obtained a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, 5 elements divine light, 5 elements divine light, ancient mystical power with extremely strong attack power. It can forcefully snatch the enemy's Dharma treasure and forcefully break through the array formation. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Tao Fragment. Great Tao Fragment. After gathering 9 Great Tao Fragments, you will sense the Great Tao and obtain a Supreme Tao Technique. Supreme Tao Technique? It sounded impressive, but it was useless now. The system was indeed modeled after a game as its foundation. It was quite grindy. Han Ju thought silently and chose to inherit the 5 elements divine light. The 5 elements divine light wasn't a sword Tao mystical power. Thus, it took Han Ju several days to master it. This mystical power was indeed powerful. Han Ju activated the simulation trial and used the 5 elements divine light to fight the white-robed Buddha. Although he couldn't kill the enemy instantly, with this mystical power, he could easily kill the white-robed Buddha. It's too powerful. Hanju was very excited. He liked such straightforward mystical powers. Although his talent in the sword Dao was outstanding, he didn't love the sword. He had obtained that aptitude after re-rolling, but it wasn't the one he wanted. In order to celebrate obtaining this mystical power, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. He checked his emails. Nothing happened. After Mo Zhu and Mo Fuzhou ascended, everything went smoothly. They weren't attacked. Under the sea of clouds, a lone mountain peak floated in the sky. At the top of the mountain was a huge building without a ceiling. The walls were surrounded in a circle, like a beast-fighting arena. Huge and sinister stone statues were erected on all sides. There was a huge stone tablet erected in the square, with a half-naked man tied to it. It was Fang Liang. Fang Liang's hair was disheveled and he was covered in injuries. On the steps at the edge of the square stood cultivators, all of them looking nervous and waiting. On the high wall to the east was a pavilion. In front of the balcony sat a middle-aged man dressed in expensive-looking clothes. His eyes were sharp. "I wonder if he can succeed," a yellow-dressed girl beside the middle-aged man muttered, looking at Fang Liang with worry. The middle-aged man snorted. "He was chosen by our ancestor. He naturally won't fail. However, we still have to spend the effort to make him submit to us. Exioner, are you willing to marry him?" Hearing this, the girl in yellow blushed and nodded shyly. The middle-aged man looked down at Fang Liang expressionlessly. "Where did this kid come from? He can actually withstand our ancestors' divine power." The middle-aged man was secretly shocked. He looked at Fang Liang with jealousy. Although he was jealous, he knew that he had to please Fang Liang in the future. He would be the hope of their race's revival. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Tied to the stone tablet, Fang Liang suddenly let out a shrill roar like a ferocious beast, scaring everyone on the steps. Fang Liang suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and a vertical eye appeared on his forehead. It was a strange dual-pupil eye. It had been 10 years since he had learned the 5 elements divine light. Hanju suddenly felt D Taibai's divine sense fluctuation from the heavenly Dao token and immediately took it out. "Your grand disciple Fang Liang has gone missing," D Taibai said. Hanju frowned and asked, caught by the demon court. Wasn't Fang Liang enlightened by a mighty figure? He thought that a mighty figure of the heavenly court had taken him in. No, he went out to train. He has already left for decades. It has exceeded the time limit he promised to return. I asked the 2 clairvoyants to investigate, but they couldn't find his whereabouts, D Taibai said helplessly. Hanju's grand disciples were troublesome. Murong Qi also left with the divine general as soon as he entered the heavenly court. Hanju asked, "Even the heavenly emperor can't find him?" "The world is vast, we can't tell unless the providence of the heavenly court is involved." "Alright, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. He's the son of providence. Even in the immortal world, his providence won't be bad. Perhaps the heavens will help him out." After ending the contact, Hanju started to check his interpersonal relationships. Fang Liang's portrait was still there. He continued to check his emails and quickly found Fang Liang's status. "Your grand disciple Fang Liang inherited the delusional evil eye and successfully entered the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm." Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm? TSK, he was really fast. Hanju was relieved. It seemed that Fang Liang was fine and had obtained a huge opportunity. It was useless to worry. He couldn't go to the immortal world to find him. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm at the critical moment, Fang Liang could still use the invocation technique to invite him over. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Time passed like a white horse passing through a chasm, never to return again. Time passed like a white horse passing through a chasm, never to return again. 100 years passed in a flash. Han Ju finally broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. His dermic powers surged and his divine sense increased. Han Ju's comprehension of heaven and earth deepened. Even in the mortal world, there were many invisible powers. For example, providence, karma, fate, and so on. Compared to these, the power of the law of the 5 elements was considered low tier. After breaking through, Han Ju spent nearly half a year raising his sword Dao mystical powers. He began the simulation trial. He killed Jiang Yi instantly. The white-robed Buddha was also an instant kill. Against the heavenly emperor, Han Ju was insta-killed. The other enemies he had encountered were almost all insta-killed. Awesome. For the time being, he didn't encounter any evenly matched enemies. Then, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons, X14002, your grand disciple Murong Qi has obtained a divine armament of the war god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou has joined the Providence Holy Dynasty and his providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by the Azura race and was severely injured. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by a demon saint and fell into the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Qi Yunxian was attacked by a demon saint and died. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju frowned. Qi Yunxian was actually dead. Qi Yunxian had helped him greatly. Before the heavenly court cleaned up the mortal world, he had provided information many times and was even willing to rope him in. Although there was no substantial help, the favor was still there. Han Ju noted this down. He planned on avenging him. Several months later, the curse ended. Han Ju took out the heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Taibai, asking who had killed Qi Yunxian. The evil Wirm king of the demon court. Not only is Qi Yunxian dead, but His Highness Long Shan is also missing. The damned demon court really can't rest for a moment. Di Taibai replied through gritted teeth. Because of this matter, his head was about to explode. He had to deal with the heavenly emperor's anger and appease the gods of the heavenly court. Evil Wirm king. Han Ju remembered this name. Is the heavenly court going to be in chaos again? Han Ju asked. Di Taibai replied, not really. There will always be friction. Han Ju was relieved after hearing that. If the heavenly court wasn't in chaos, he could cultivate in peace. Has the heavenly court been cleaned up? Han Ju asked curiously. He noticed that some icons in his interpersonal relationships had disappeared. They didn't appear in the emails because he didn't add any special attention to them. It's about time. His Majesty is swift and decisive. The current heavenly court has already formed an iron plate. His Majesty is still preparing to carry out the great divine investiture plan and select immortal gods from the myriad worlds. Di Taibai smiled. He was very excited at the mention of this. The heavenly court was about to rise. The great divine investiture plan. Han Ju smelled the aura of the investiture of the gods. The Scarlet Cloud world will also participate? Han Ju asked. That's right. You can also prepare and nurture some prodigies. The Scarlet Cloud world's current ranking is not bad. Forget it. I'm afraid of trouble. If they are fated, they can rely on themselves. Fine. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. The two of them stopped talking and ended the conversation. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the evil Wirm king. On the other side. Inside the numinous palace. Di Tai looked at the high and mighty heavenly emperor. Beside him stood a handsome purple-robed man. Your Majesty, he really doesn't have any ambition at all. We helped the Scarlet Cloud world improve in rankings so much, but he still isn't willing to fight for it, Di Tai said helplessly. The reason why he revealed the great divine investiture plan was because of the Heavenly Emperor's instructions. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. It's fine. He'll participate. The purple-robed man asked curiously, Father, is that the strongest genius in the Heavenly Court in the past 1,000 years? Yes, you can go visit Howard when you're free. The purple-robed man responded as if he didn't like Long Hao. Di Tai asked, Your Majesty, there's something wrong with Marshal Shen Peng's body recently. You have to be careful. I understand. It looks like the Jia school really won't give up. More and more of their disciples have appeared in the immortal world. I guess it won't be long before they take action. The Jia school is the same as the Magus race. Their providence has run out. It's impossible for them to kill their way back. Send some immortals to keep an eye on them. Yes. Han Ju cursed the evil Wirm king for 10 days in one go, causing his lifespan to decrease by hundreds of years. It was considered a huge loss. Han Ju thought silently, Brother Qi Yunxian, I've tried my best. I'll try to deal with your enemy in the future. If we have the chance to meet, I'll definitely kill him. He only felt a little emotional about Qi Yunxian's death and was not that sad. He didn't have a close relationship with Qi Yunxian. Ever since he had been promoted, the two of them had not interacted. Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and looked at Dao Comprehension Sword. You've already learned the second level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded. She looked calm, but her eyes were smiling. Come here, I'll teach you the third level. Han Ju patted the bed beside him. Dao Comprehension Sword immediately walked over. Several days later, Dao Comprehension Sword began to comprehend the third level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Han Ju came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water. Li Yao was still very far from the Scarlet Cloud world, but she had already reached the immortal world. After arriving in the immortal world, she found a place to hide and cultivate. However, not long after, she encountered an invasion by a demon king. She killed the demon king and was hunted down by the demon saint above the demon king. Thus, she left again. Li Yao's encounter made Han Ju even more glad. The living beings in the immortal world were even more violent than those in the mortal world. They wanted to fight and kill at the slightest disagreement. They wanted to hunt her down to the ends of the world. It was too unsuitable for cultivation. Han Ju sent her a voice transmission, Are you alright? It had been a long time since she heard Han Ju's voice. Li Yao actually felt a little sad now. She suppressed her excitement and said, Senior, I'm fine. After experiencing countless tribulations, the Scarlet Cloud world had become her only hope. A place where she could stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace was the paradise she yearned for. Han Ju said, You can join the Heavenly Court and find a way to meet Di Tai. Let him send you to the Scarlet Cloud world. Tell him that I invited you. Li Yao was really too slow at the rate she was traveling. Li Yao asked, Senior, what's your name? Han Ju. Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely join the Heavenly Court as soon as possible. After knowing that Han Ju was related to the Heavenly Court, Li Yao was even more certain that he wasn't lying to her. In the eyes of mortals, immortals were still very trustworthy. Han Ju didn't say anything else. He severed his divine sense and returned to the bed to cultivate. 7 years later, the white-robed Buddha came again. This time, he didn't barge in forcefully but sent a voice transmission to Han Ju above the clouds. Fellow Taoist Sun Quan, would you like to come out for a chat? The white-robed Buddha asked respectfully. Han Ju asked with a voice transmission, Why? Regarding the great divine investiture plan, I have already selected 100 prodigies. They're worth nurturing. You can take a look. Han Ju felt a headache. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. It was definitely the Heavenly Emperor's arrangement. If the Heavenly Tao Buddha knew that his subordinate was working for the enemy, he would probably vomit blood. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. The white-robed Buddha's voice floated into Han Ju's ears again. As he waited for his reply, he was a little puzzled. Was he not good enough? Han Ju thought for a moment and still arrived in front of the white-robed Buddha. When the white-robed Buddha saw him come out, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Recently, many geniuses have appeared in the Scarlet Cloud world. Even in the immortal world, they're not mediocre." Han Ju asked curiously, "Why are you doing your best? Aren't you afraid of being questioned if you don't return to the Buddhist sect?" The white-robed Buddha frowned. "Fellow Taoist, don't you know the truth? The Heavenly Emperor asked me to help you. How can you not know? What I mean is, aren't you afraid that the Buddhists will take their anger out on you? It's fine. Finding the Supreme Buddha is already very difficult. It's very difficult to succeed without hundreds of years. I can delay for a longer time. The Buddha can't deduce matters about me. I have a supreme treasure on me. Then, aren't you afraid of being suspected? They already suspect me. What's there to be afraid of? He sent me here as a test, to begin with." Han Ju looked at the white-robed Buddha's confident expression and couldn't help but be speechless. It was too ridiculous. If he were the Heavenly Tao Buddha, he would definitely kill the white-robed Buddha. He had to be careful in the future. He had to prevent a traitor like the white-robed Buddha from appearing in his sect. Han Ju thought silently and said, "You can arrange the matter of the prodigies." With the Heavenly Tao token, he wasn't afraid of the white-robed Buddha's tricks. Under the Heavenly Tao, he could monitor the white-robed Buddha at any time, even if he had a supreme treasure. If the white-robed Buddha acted recklessly, he could kill him immediately. "Aren't you going to thank me for helping you?" The white-robed Buddha smiled teasingly. "The source of this content is Light Novel World." Han Ju said angrily, "You speak as if you didn't gain anything. I'm allowing you to preach in the mortal world and increase your providence. This is already the greatest favor I can do for you." The white-robed Buddha was speechless because Han Ju was right. That's all. Han Ju disappeared after saying this. The white-robed Buddha shook his head and laughed. He turned around and left. Han Ju didn't return to the Connate cave abode directly. Instead, he came to the Fusang tree and lectured to the hidden sect disciples. After so many years, these disciples were at least at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The spirit chi of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain was still the richest in the world. At the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Zhou Mingyue had already made a name for himself. After Murong Chi, he became the new eldest disciple of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was too embarrassed to rope Han Ju in and could only target his grand disciple. It was worth mentioning that Taoist Nine Cauldrons' cultivation level had already reached the second level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and would not face the pain of having no lifespan. Half a year later, Han Ju ended the lecture. Long Hao said, "Master, I want to learn the heavenly sword Tao." Ever since Tao Comprehension Sword had reached the second level of the heavenly sword Tao, her strength had increased greatly. Long Hao coveted that gorgeous sword technique. The Black Hell Chicken added, "I want to learn it, too." Han Ju said, "This sword Tao is very difficult to learn." The leader of the Heavenly Court's literature immortals, Di Tai Bai, took 1,000 years to master it. This is already an outstanding performance. My potential is not bad, Long Hao said seriously, while the Black Hell Chicken was silent. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Who else wants to learn? I'll teach you all." Sun Chang'an, Zhou Mingyue, and Golden Crow Ada raised their hands. Chu Shiren wasn't interested, Tu Linger wasn't good at the sword Dao, and the aptitude of the Golden Crow Xiao Er was limited. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju smiled and started to teach the first level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. Several days later, he came to the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. The 7 gourds had already grown to the size of a mortal gourd. Han Ju took out a small green jade bottle that contained the ancestral Magus blood essence and injected it into the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. The Golden Crow Xiao Er asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing?" Han Ju smiled and said, "Giving it some fertilizer." The others were still comprehending the sword Dao and did not come over. Tu Linger suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes to look at the green jade bottle in Han Ju's hand. For some reason, her heart raced. What was that? Han Ju stared at the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine and prayed silently, hoping that the fusion would succeed. This way, he could create 7 ancestral Magus Calabash brothers. Under his gaze, there was nothing unusual about the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. It was fine as long as there were no abnormalities, he was just afraid the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine would be ruined. As Han Ju was thinking, he suddenly felt something. He raised his right hand, and a red stone appeared in his hand. This was a mysterious stone that Xing Hongxian had given him a long time ago. It was said to have fallen from the sky, and there was a strange aura inside it. Until today, Han Ju still couldn't see what this aura was. The red stone trembled violently, wanting to break free from his hand. Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still chose to let go. The red stone quickly flew towards the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine and collided with it. Then, it condensed into a red gourd at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to the other Earth Immortal gourds, the red gourd was very small, but it was as red as blood and extremely eye-catching. The stone has become a gourd. Xiao Er exclaimed, attracting the attention of the others. Han Ju ignored her and focused on the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. After a while, still nothing had happened to the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. Wow! 7 Calabash brothers became 8. Han Ju found it strange. He turned to look at the disciples and said, "Pay more attention to these gourds. Let me know if there are any abnormalities." With that, he returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. The disciples came to the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine to watch. There's really another gourd. Can these gourds transform? They should. Otherwise, Master would have long refined them into Dharma treasures. Master is kind. Dao Comprehension Sword is formed from grass. The ugly monk was also an ancient spiritual ginseng in his previous life. It's going to be lively again in the future. 20 years later. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence, check its origin. Han Ju frowned and prayed that it wasn't an enemy. Then, he chose to check. Earth Immortal Gourd Spirit, first level of the body integration realm, formed by the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. Contains the blood essence of the legendary ancestral Magus Di Jiang. After being nurtured by the Fusang tree for 1,000 years, it has given birth to consciousness. Its providence is extraordinary, X7, Chaotic Gourd Spirit, first level of the soul formation realm. It is formed by the heaven-mending stone. Contains the essence of the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine and the blood essence of the ancestral Magus Di Jiang. It has a strong foundation and is an unprecedented race of living beings. It is said that the heaven-mending stone is a chaotic spirit stone found from the depths of chaos. This heaven-mending stone fell from Nuwa Imperial Palace and is controlled by a mysterious force to approach the target. However, the heaven-mending stone has already become a spirit. The providence of the Magus, reincarnation, Fusang, and other great providences have gathered and cut off the karma with the Nuwa Imperial Palace. Han Ju was stunned. The 8 gourds had gained sentience. Han Ju frowned. That red stone was actually a heaven-mending stone, and it came from the Nuwa Imperial Palace. The Nuwa Imperial Palace had targeted him. They deliberately threw the heaven-mending stone to Xing Hongxian. Since she couldn't use it, she could only hand it to Han Ju. With Xing Hongxuan's help, Han Ju naturally didn't suspect that the heaven-mending stone was a conspiracy. Gasp! Not bad at all. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Han Ju was shocked. Tai Sutian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships and found Tai Sutian. Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships and found Tai Sutian. It was the portrait of a beautiful woman. Tai Sutian, cultivation unknown. A mysterious existence nurtured by the 33-layered heavens. Lives in Nuwa Imperial Palace all year round and listens to the sages preach. Under the orders of the sage, she threw the heaven-mending stone into the mortal world of the heavenly court to find a prodigy without a powerful background. Because you refined the heaven-mending stone into a living being and cancelled out its previous providence, Tai Sutian is interested in you. Current favorability, 1 star. Her cultivation level was unknown, so she was an immortal emperor at least. Han Ju frowned. Sage. Wasn't Nuwa the sage of the Nuwa Imperial Palace? It seemed that the Chinese myths were all true. Perhaps Earth was just a corner of the universe. Han Ju was a little nervous. The name Tai Sutian sounded very impressive. He wondered if the Heavenly Emperor could continue to protect him. Should he ask? Han Ju immediately took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Tai Bai. Di Tai Bai quickly connected with his divine sense and did not neglect him. What is it? Can I speak to His Majesty? As I said, His Majesty is busy every day. Unless it's something important, it's best not to disturb him. I have something private to ask. If it's a private matter, I'll help you resolve it. Han Ju cursed silently. Di Tai Bai was really enthusiastic. I'm here. The Heavenly Emperor's voice suddenly sounded. Han Ju was stunned. Di Tai Bai was also stunned. The two of them cursed in their hearts. Han Ju, are you a stalker? Di Tai Bai, is he the son of the Heavenly Emperor? Di Tai Bai didn't dare to interfere and hurriedly severed his divine sense connection. Han Ju chased Dao comprehension sword out first before contacting the Heavenly Emperor. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Your Majesty, do you know about the Nuwa Palace? Han Ju asked carefully. The Heavenly Emperor asked in surprise, why? Han Ju said, the inheritance I obtained is related to reincarnation. I have a certain understanding of fate. I picked up a stone and calculated that it came from above the 33 heavens. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent. Seeing that he didn't receive an immediate reply, Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Crap. Was his backing not enough? The Heavenly Emperor said, could that stone be the heaven-mending stone? Han Ju asked curiously, what's the heaven-mending stone? It's fine. Cultivate in peace. You're mine. Nuwa Palace will never target you. Nuwa Palace has never fought for fame or fortune. Your Majesty, it's best to be cautious. People change. Yes, I know. Do you have anything else to ask? Then, I won't disturb your Majesty. When you reach the perfected golden immortal realm, you can come to the heavenly court to find me. I'll think of a way to help you reach the Emperor realm. Thank you, your Majesty. Han Ju cupped his fists and smiled, feeling disdainful. Humph. Trying to lure me into the sky? Impossible. Looks like the Heavenly Emperor was also sent by the Heavenly Dao. You want to destroy my Dao heart? The outcome of the divine general was still vivid in his mind. He looked majestic, but he was just working hard and was too tired all the time. He could repay the heavenly court, but there was no need to work like a donkey and risk his life. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the cave abode towards the Fusang tree. The 8 gourds didn't seem to have changed. Han Ju scanned with his divine sense and caught their weak soul fluctuations. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm now that they had souls, they were spirits. Not bad. Not bad. Han Ju said, the 8 gourds have become spirits. Take care of them. Everyone stood up and surrounded him. Han Ju looked at the gourds for a while before returning. It was very difficult for the 8 gourds to transform in a short period of time. He still needed to wait for a while. To celebrate this matter, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. At the same time, he checked his emails. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Rage God has lost his Buddhist heart, and his inner demon has transformed him into a demonic Buddha. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by a cultivator from the sacred dynasty and was imprisoned in the Luck Suppression prison. Your good friend Zhou Fan slaughtered a cultivation family. His negative karma has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a cultivator, X15033, your good friend Ji Xianchen has comprehended a mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun is listening to the Dao in the Jie school. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Unfortunately, the evil Wirm king didn't have any interaction with Han Ju. Han Ju also didn't know how the evil Wirm king was doing. It was fine to spend 5 days every 10 years cursing. Han Ju thought silently. He was very curious about Xian Qingjuan's opportunity. The Jie school was an enemy sect of the heavenly court. What would happen if they met her in the future? It was worth mentioning that Xian Qingjuan's cultivation had already reached the perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. This breakthrough speed was considered fast. After all, she had obtained an opportunity from the Jie school. After cursing for half a year, Han Ju continued cultivating. No matter what, he couldn't mess up his cultivation rhythm. In a Daoist temple, wearing a Daoist robe, Xian Qingjun sat on a mat with several disciples of the Jie school. In front of them was a Daoist nun. The Daoist nun had an indifferent expression as she said, "After the lecture ends, all of you should cultivate well when you return. You're not allowed to leave the island." "Yes," the disciples replied in unison. Then, they stood up and bowed, preparing to leave. Xian Qingjun, stay. Xian Qingjun sat down again. Her expression was calm as she waited for her master to speak. The Daoist nun said, "You have joined the Jie school for a period of time. Do you have a Dao companion? Visit to Light Novel World. Come discover new novels." Xian Qingjun replied, "I have a Dao companion in the mortal world. His potential is outstanding and he's the #1 in the mortal world. He might have already ascended." Hearing this, the Daoist nun frowned slightly and said regretfully, "Then forget it. I still wanted to introduce you to a Dao companion." "What a pity." Xian Qingjun smiled. A long time ago, the Jie school was defeated in the immeasurable calamity. Many disciples were imprisoned in the heavenly court. Prepare yourself. Before long, the Jie school will launch a surprise attack on the heavenly court, the Daoist nun continued. Xian Qingjun frowned. Can our Jie school defeat the heavenly court? She had been in the Jie school for some time. She felt that although they had some mighty figures, there were few disciples. The Daoist nun smiled and said, "You underestimate our Jie school. Even the heavenly emperor has to address our sect master respectfully as a senior. The island we're on is only one of the 100,000 islands of the Jie school. Most of the disciples are gathered on the Penglai Immortal Island." Xian Qingjun was enlightened and became even more curious about the Jie school. What kind of force was the Jia school? 30 years later. The 8 gourd spirits had already begun to speak, but they had yet to land and transform. The 7 earth immortal gourd spirits were named by Han Ju as Han 1 to Han 7, while the chaotic gourd spirit was named Han 8. The names were simple and easy to recognize. The disciples were speechless, but they didn't dare to refute. The gourds didn't understand the meaning of their names, so they didn't mind. All these years, the cultivation levels of the 8 gourds had been increasing rapidly. They were absorbing immortal qi, not spirit qi. The weakest Han 8 had also stepped into the Mahayana realm not long ago. Their talent was stronger than Han Ju's disciples. Compared to Long Hao and Chu Shiren, they were temporarily unable to compare. On this day, in the midst of cultivating, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and muttered, "This aura is," at the same time. A huge crack appeared in the sky in the distant sea. Lightning interweaved and the crack was pitch black, like a netherworld abyss. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju used the Heavenly Dao token to observe the crack in the sky. Han Ju used the Heavenly Dao token to observe the crack in the sky. From the point of view of the Heavenly Dao, the world was a huge sealed space. Now, this sealed space was torn apart by a mysterious force. As a deity of the mortal world, Han Ju instinctively felt a sense of danger. Enemy attack. Han Ju was about to take action when he saw the white-robed Buddha flash in front of the crack. The white-robed Buddha was surprised. He raised his hands and tried to use his dharmic powers to repair the crack in the sky. At this moment, a strong wind came from the crack, startling the white-robed Buddha into taking out the Tathagata Buddha staff. A terrifying figure slowly stepped out. He was 1,000 feet tall and wore a black robe with 9 dragons imprinted on it. He also wore a horn-bone crown and held a sinister long sickle. He smiled sinisterly as his gaze landed on the white-robed Buddha. "This world belongs to me." The white-robed Buddha frowned. After staying in the Scarlet Cloud world for so long, he had already preached and obtained countless believers. His providence was already connected to it. How could he allow others to trample on the Scarlet Cloud world? Without another word, the white-robed Buddha raised his staff and struck. Before the black-robed man could react, he was sent back into the crack in the sky. The white-robed Buddha also flew into the crack. Seeing this, Han Ju was relieved. This fellow's existence is still necessary. Han Ju thought silently and suddenly felt that white-robed Buddha was quite pleasing to the eye. Now that the white-robed Buddha's providence was tied to the Scarlet Cloud world, and Han Ju was its guardian deity, the two of them were basically tied together. The white-robed Buddha was still very strong. With him protecting the Scarlet Cloud world, Han Ju could continue cultivating. Several days later, the white-robed Buddha had just returned from the crack in the sky. His killing intent had yet to dissipate. He turned around and used his dharmic powers to repair the crack in the sky. After more than 10 days, it was finally repaired. The white-robed Buddha heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a satisfied smile before suddenly realizing that something was wrong. If the Scarlet Cloud world was in trouble, why didn't Han Ju take action? Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Platform. After the world returned to normal, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and asked Di Taibai why this happened. Di Taibai replied, "There are also competitions in the mortal world. The Heavenly Court has rules with the Divine Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the Demon Court. The mortal worlds can compete freely with each other, and the immortal emperors are not allowed to interfere." Han Ju frowned. When did we have such rules? Why didn't we have them before? In the past, the Scarlet Cloud world was too weak. No one cared. In other words, the Heavenly Court doesn't want to interfere. Don't worry. With Divine Lord Wu De around in your faction, anyone below the Immortal Emperor realm will die. Fine. Han Ju finally understood that the Heavenly Court was using him as a spear to suppress the experts of the other mortal worlds. No wonder they helped the Scarlet Cloud world increase its providence ranking, this was the plot all along. The Heavenly Emperor had asked the white-robed Buddha to stay behind probably for this matter. Han Ju sighed in his head. It seemed that he couldn't even slack off. The Heavenly Court had nurtured him for so long, it was time for him to repay them. Han Ju could only accept it and couldn't refuse. It was still fine now. At the very least, with the white-robed Buddha and Divine Lord Wu De around, there was no need for him to take action for the time being. Han Ju held the Heavenly Tao token and probed with his divine sense, preparing to change the name of the world. Qi Yunxian was already dead. Now, Han Ju still had to shoulder the karma for the Scarlet Cloud world. In that case, it was better to completely turn it into his own world. What should I call you? A question mark appeared above Han Ju's mind. Why not call it the Earth Immortal World? No. This name was stained with great karma. Han Ju thought for a moment and changed the name of the Scarlet Cloud world to the Reroll World. After all, he had started from rerolling providences. I'll change it if I find it unpleasant in the future. It was just like changing his online name. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. Then, he put down the Heavenly Tao token and started cultivating. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World .com platform. Next, he had to try his best to break through to the perfected reincarnation Golden Immortal realm. He had to become an Immortal Emperor as soon as possible. Han Ju felt that the Immortal Emperor was the foundation of the immortal world. Without becoming an Immortal Emperor, there was no way to play. 40 years later. Han Ju had yet to break through. He took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemies. In the past few years, 3 other invasions had occurred, but they were all stopped by the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha was also a little tired, so he spread the news that this world was targeted by other worlds and hoped that the geniuses would be well prepared. Instantly, the top cultivators felt a sense of danger. The various holy lands began to recruit disciples to increase Reroll World's overall strength. Han Ju learned all of this through the Heavenly Tao token. He was very satisfied. The white-robed Buddha was truly a qualified tool. Of course, this fellow definitely had his own ambitions, but Han Ju did not care. His main mission was to cultivate, not govern the mortal world. After cursing for a few months, Han Ju continued cultivating. A few days later, Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly said, something happened to Li Yao. Han Ju didn't even open his eyes as he asked, what is it? She was caught. Hearing this, Han Ju sent his divine sense into the 9 heavens galaxy water. Li Yao was locked in a jade bottle. It was dark all around, and she was stepping on the water. She was using her dermic powers with all her might to rush out, but there were clearly powerful restrictions around her that prevented her from succeeding. Damn it! Li Yao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. She didn't give up and continued to search for a way out. Han Ju extended his divine sense and discovered that the person who caught Li Yao was a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. He was hurrying on his way. To Li Yao, who had just reached the Grand Unity True Immortal realm, the Grand Unity Golden Immortal was like an immortal god that couldn't be defeated. Little girl, stop struggling. Once you're targeted by me, you won't be able to escape. A sinister laugh entered the bottle, causing Li Yao to frown. Who? The sinister voice suddenly shouted warily. Why don't you show yourself? Hearing this, Li Yao was confused. Who was this damned fellow talking to? Wait. Could it be Senior? Li Yao was pleasantly surprised. It was normal for Han Ju's divine sense to be captured by the other party. After all, they were at the same realm. Han Ju had to say, fellow Taoist, give me face and let her live. The sinister voice snorted. Who are you? Tell me your name. Han Ju said, Divine Palace, Yu Tianbao. Yu Tianbao? Impossible. Do you think I'm stupid? If you're Yu Tianbao, why would you waste your breath? I'm in the Divine Palace. It's not convenient for me to attack. If I can avoid making enemies, I'll try my best not to. So what if it's the Divine Palace? I have the demon court behind me. You want to save her? Then come personally. Han Ju was secretly furious. How arrogant. What? Are you afraid? You're only a golden immortal, yet you dare to pretend to be a mighty figure. What a joke. I'm definitely taking this girl. Even the Heavenly Emperor can't snatch her from me. The sinister voice sounded again. Han Ju couldn't take it anymore. What a pretentious prick. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to reply. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Li Yao, I'll teach you a mystical power. You can start learning it now. Li Yao didn't understand and felt that it was impressive. She hurriedly meditated and listened to Han Ju's voice transmission seriously. TSK Tisk, that's right. Cultivate in peace. The higher your cultivation level, the more useful you are to me. You will have a future if you follow me. As for that person just now, you saw that he doesn't even dare to argue with me. The sinister voice smiled. Li Yao had already entered a meditative state and did not answer him. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju didn't answer. Just you wait. When I appear in front of you, don't kneel down and beg for mercy. Read at Wuxia World. EU. The sea-shaking elephant saint was in a good mood. It was rare for him to encounter a beautiful woman with outstanding potential and no background. The sea-shaking elephant saint was in a good mood. It was rare for him to encounter a beautiful woman with outstanding potential and no background. He was a great demon saint of the demon court with remarkable abilities. His true form was a savage elephant who had once trampled on an ocean. That was why he was called sea-shaking. He had a fat body and a mouth full of yellow teeth, leopard eyes, and a wide face. He wore a tiger skin robe and python scales black armor. He walked above the clouds with the wind beneath his feet, looking majestic. The sea-shaking elephant saint thought of Han Ju's voice and couldn't help but sneer. Nobody dared to ask him to give him face. It had been many years since he had met such a ridiculous person. Dao Comprehension Sword was furious. Master, that fellow is too arrogant. I'm so angry. This was the first time she heard someone humiliate Han Ju like this. Han Ju ignored her and focused on teaching the invocation technique. Li Yao's potential was high, and her cultivation level had also increased. It wasn't difficult for her to learn the invocation technique. She was only practicing the summoning method. The truly complicated part was the teleportation technique that Han Ju mastered. After he explained it once, Li Yao easily remembered it. She started to consolidate her memories and made hand seals. Han Ju retracted his divine sense and looked at Dao Comprehension Sword. It's fine. He'll regret it soon. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, were you teaching her a mystical power just now? You can kill that fellow by learning a mystical power now. That's right. Han Ju returned to his bed and meditated. Dao Comprehension Sword was even more curious. What mystical power could make Li Yao rise up in a short period of time and kill that fellow? She waited expectantly. The next day, Li Yao cast it dozens of times before finally succeeding. A huge black vortex appeared behind her. She turned around and was secretly shocked. What mystical power is this? She had been very puzzled before, as this mystical power did not seem powerful. The reason why she cultivated it was that there was no better option available. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju felt the call of the invocation technique and opened his eyes. I'll be back soon. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm with that said, he was sucked away by a black vortex and vanished. Dao Comprehension Sword was stunned. She subconsciously turned to look at the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Indeed. Han Ju walked out of the black vortex behind Li Yao. He wore the 9-5 Supreme Providence robe, 9-layered heaven-trampling boots, Grand Imperial Phoenix Wings crown, and a giant spiritual wrist guard. His aura was oppressive. Coupled with his unparalleled appearance, Li Yao was stunned. She had imagined Han Ju's appearance but didn't expect him to be so handsome. She thought that he was a ruddy old Taoist. Han Ju took out the primordial judgment sword as the sea-shaking elephant saint's voice sounded, "How can you appear in my Dharma treasure?" His voice was filled with shock. Han Ju's sudden appearance frightened him. Han Ju scanned with his divine sense. The sea-shaking elephant saint was still on his way, and there were no other powerful enemies around. Now was the time. Han Ju waved his sword and slashed. Sword intent erupted and directly shattered the bottle, shaking the sea-shaking elephant saint. He and Li Yao appeared in the air. Li Yao's beautiful eyes widened. Not only was she stunned by Han Ju's appearance, but she was also shocked by his strength. So powerful. The sea-shaking elephant was sent flying by the explosion. He stabilized himself and looked at Han Ju, his anger erupting instantly. "How dare you!" the sea-shaking elephant saint roared angrily. Its nose turned into an elephant's nose and rapidly expanded. It was like a mountain range, raising a terrifying hurricane. Han Ju flashed in front of Li Yao and raised his sword to execute the first level of the heavenly sword Dao. Sword pierces heaven. The sword chi swept out and directly shattered the elephant trunk, causing a rain of blood to spray into the sky. Almost instantly, the sea-shaking elephant saint's body was sliced into two by the sword chi. He was only at the early stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. How could he block Han Ju's sword chi? Even if he had a perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivation, he would still be insta-killed when facing Han Ju. "Wait!" the sea-shaking elephant saint shouted in horror. Han Ju waved his sword and used 3 pure world cleansing, causing billions of sword shadows to hang in the sky. The scene was spectacular, causing Li Yao's eyes to widen. Sea-shaking elephant saint was so frightened that he immediately escaped with his essence soul and disappeared into the horizon. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju waved his sword, and billions of sword shadows attacked. Unparalleled might. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the sea-shaking elephant saint and killed him. Han Ju turned to look at Li Yao and said, "Hurry up and leave, lest his companions come." Li Yao came back to her senses and immediately flew in another direction. She turned around and saw that Han Ju didn't follow her. Instead, he walked back to the black vortex that summoned him. Li Yao immediately understood that he was going back. Why didn't Senior bring me back directly? Li Yao thought doubtfully. Was he testing her? But this made sense. It was truly embarrassing for her to be caught in this situation. Li Yao's face turned slightly red. She stopped looking behind and fled at full speed. On the other side, Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He exhaled. Too close. Fortunately, this fellow did not have the help of a mighty figure. Han Ju was worried that an immortal emperor would attack. There were so many demons in the demon court. There were also many demon saints. It was impossible for every one of them to have an immortal emperor watching them. Immortal emperors were not nannies. They had their own matters to attend to. "Master, you're so strong." Dao Comprehension Sword was extremely excited, and her face was flushed. Han Ju said expressionlessly, "This is the result of years of hard work. I'll definitely cultivate harder in the future." Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and clenched her fists. Don't spread this news. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm, understood. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He no longer cared about Li Yao. He had already made a move. If Li Yao was caught again or killed, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He couldn't risk everything for her. Don't disappoint me, Han Ju thought silently. 5 years later. Han Ju didn't receive any new hatred points, and Li Yao didn't encounter any more danger. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Indeed, not every enemy had a mighty figure protecting them. With Li Yao's current progress, she could quickly find the heavenly court. Through Li Yao, Han Ju learned that the immortal world was far larger than he imagined. Most of the places were not controlled by the heavenly court. Despite being called above the 9 heavens, the heavenly court did not control the entire 9 heavens. With Li Yao's current cultivation realm, it wasn't difficult for her to join the heavenly court. She probably needed some time to meet Di Tai Bai. After all, Han Ju's reputation in the heavenly court was very low. Han Ju stopped thinking about it and continued cultivating. The reroll world had the white-robed Buddha leading the people, and the void was guarded by divine Lord Wuda. Han Ju could cultivate in peace. Another 6 years passed. The 8 gourd spirits landed on the ground and directly transformed into 8 youths. Under the protection of the Tao field, they did not transcend the tribulation. Han Ju had been waiting for this day. He immediately came out of seclusion to meet them. The 8 gourd spirits had already put on their clothes. They looked like octuplets. They could already speak in human language, so there was no obstacle in communication. After seeing Han Ju appear, the 8 brothers immediately surrounded him and knelt in front of him excitedly. All these years, through the teachings of the hidden sect disciples, they naturally knew that Han Ju was the one who created them. If not for him, they wouldn't be here today. They might have long been refined into Dharma treasures. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju swept his gaze and discovered that the 8 brothers had all reached the loose immortal realm. Not bad. Read at Wuxia World. EU. From today onwards, all of you are to stay on the mountain and cultivate. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave the mountain. Do you understand? From today onwards, all of you are to stay on the mountain and cultivate. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave the mountain. Do you understand? Han Ju looked down at the 8 kneeling brothers and smiled. His expression was kind, but his tone was very serious. The 8 brothers hurriedly promised not to leave the mountain. They had yet to realize how long this rule would last. They were excited and interested in everything after transforming. Han Ju walked to the Fusang tree and meditated. Then, he waved his hand to signal the 8 brothers to come over. The 8 brothers came over obediently, very curious about what he would say. The others understood that he wanted to teach them a cultivation technique. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to teach them the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He was about to reach the end of this technique. His greatest reliance was not the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, nor was he afraid of being surpassed by the 8 brothers. Besides, he could teach them level by level. The other cultivation techniques of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were also not suitable for them. The 8 brothers were unlike the others, who each had an immortal inheritance. Han Ju wasn't worried that the Calabash brothers would betray him. He had already placed the 6 paths insignia on them before they were born. After spending a day imparting the 6 paths of reincarnation technique's cultivation technique to the 8 brothers, Han Ju returned to his cave abode to continue cultivating. He looked forward to the 8 brothers' future. With their potential, they should be able to rise quickly. In the future, if the reroll world was in trouble, they could help. The 8 brothers' talent made others feel threatened, including Long Hao. 40 years later. Han Ju was already close to the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm. One day, he opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemies while checking his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by Jia school cultivators and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Yao has joined the Heavenly Court. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons, X140234, your grand disciple Murong Qi has achieved the providence of the war god. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by an immortal emperor, X17, your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun was attacked by a heavenly soldier, X3281, your disciple Su Qi had his bad luck absorbed. His divinity has weakened. Han Ju frowned. What was wrong with Su Qi? His bad luck was actually absorbed by someone. Han Ju was very worried, but he didn't know where Su Qi was. He couldn't save him even if he wanted to. Why didn't this kid use the invocation technique? Could it be that the sacred dynasty had an immortal emperor? Han Ju also noticed that the Jia school and the heavenly court had started fighting. Even Xian Qingjun joined. Han Ju immediately took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Taibai. Soon, Di Taibai's divine sense arrived. Wait for me to find you. I'm busy fighting to the death. With that, he severed his divine sense connection. Han Ju remained silent. So dangerous? Could it be that the Jia school was stronger than the demon court? Han Ju immediately checked the strongest person around the reroll world and didn't find any enemies. Immediately after, he used the heavenly Tao token to observe the world. The white-robed Buddha had already returned to seclusion, but the roots of the Chan school were deeply rooted in the world. Chan school, Jia school, and human school were all orthodox schools of the Tao sect, but their names were different. The Tao techniques of the Chan school had a long history in the mortal world. Many cultivators used their techniques as the foundation to create various cultivation techniques, spells, and mystical powers. In the past few years, the mortal world had welcomed an era of blooming flowers. The cultivation craze had also reached an unprecedented height. It had to be said that the white-robed Buddha was very capable. He had strengthened the reroll world alone. He had to think of a way to subdue him. Han Ju thought silently. Updated from Light Novel World. Then, he stopped thinking about it. He put away the heavenly Tao token and continued cultivating. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The heavenly emperor sat on the throne expressionlessly. Following his gaze, the sky outside the hall was filled with battling figures. It was extremely chaotic. A figure transformed into a shadow and rushed into the numinous palace. It was a man in a golden Taoist robe. 3 swords floated behind him, their sheaths emitting a strong light and his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was handsome and powerful. He stared at the heavenly emperor and said, "Heavenly Emperor, are we still going to continue this battle? Release the souls of my disciples and I'll lead the Jia school disciples to retreat." The heavenly emperor smiled gently and said, "Xian Qinzi, do you really think that the few of you from the Jia school can shake the heavenly court?" Xian Qinzi stroked his beard and said, "Our Jia school doesn't want to disturb the heavenly Tao. We only want to save our disciples and cultivate in peace." The heavenly emperor said, "It's impossible for those Jia school disciples to be released. That was their mistake in the immeasurable calamity. This is the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go against the heavens." Xian Qinzi's eyes narrowed. He raised his right hand, and the 3 swords behind him quickly split into dozens of sword shadows that bloomed like flowers. At this moment, 4 pillars of light descended from the top of the numinous palace, surrounding him. A terrifying aura enveloped the hall. Xian Qinzi was moved and said in a low voice, "For extreme emperors." "Heavenly Emperor, were you waiting for me on purpose?" The heavenly emperor said calmly, "Since the Jia school has planted spies in the heavenly court, why can't I arrange spies in the Jie school? For extreme emperors, I invite you to kill this person. Seal his soul in the divine pillar of the numinous palace to never be released again. The heavenly emperor's tone became extremely domineering and unquestionable. The four extreme emperors shouted in unison from the pillars of light, kill. Boom. 4 years later. Han Ju was cultivating when he suddenly sensed an aura. He raised an eyebrow. It was Xian Qing Jun. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Why had she descended into the mortal world? Wait. How could she bypass Divine Lord Wuda? Xian Qing Jun was meditating in a forest near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, absorbing the immortal qi from the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain to heal her injuries. Han Ju appeared in front of her. Xian Qing Jun opened her eyes and asked in surprise, Grand Unity True Immortal? This kid. She had cultivated with all her might in the immortal world and obtained all sorts of opportunities. She had barely broken through to the Grand Unity True Immortal realm not long ago, but Han Ju had already. Han Ju noticed her injuries and couldn't help but raise his hand to heal her head using his dermic powers. Xian Qingjuan's eyes widened. Such dermic powers. Han Ju's dermic powers were unfathomable. She actually felt that she was facing her master in the Jie school. Xian Qingjun was deeply shocked. As Han Ju treated her, he asked, why did you come down? Xian Qingjun sighed. I used a special method to escape. I think only the mortal world is safe now. I joined a sect, and it actually wanted to attack the heavenly court. I was forced to join, but, all of us were wiped out, complete annihilation. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Was the heavenly court that impressive? Why was it so difficult to defeat the demon court, then? Could it be that the Jie school was no longer as powerful as it was during the divine investiture era? The previous battle showed me the power of immortals. No wonder the heavenly court can control the heavenly rules. Xian Qingjun was very depressed. It wasn't easy for her to join a powerful sect. However, before long, it was defeated. Although the Jie school wasn't destroyed, the people they sent were all suppressed, including her master's lineage. Now, she had nowhere to go and had to be careful of the heavenly court's pursuit. Han Ju said, it's fine. I can protect you. But how did you escape from the immortals outside? He had to ask. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Website. This was to prevent enemies from sneaking in the future. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Facing Han Ju's question, Xian Qingjun hesitated for a moment but still told him the truth. Facing Han Ju's question, Xian Qingjun hesitated for a moment but still told him the truth. It turned out that she also had a heavenly Dao stone that could deceive the heavenly secrets. She had previously obtained a fortuitous encounter in the immortal world and learned a powerful mystical power that allowed her to travel through space. It was similar to the reincarnation mystical power that Han Ju had used to jump into the netherworld. Previously, she had relied on this mystical power to accidentally enter the Jie school's territory. You've joined the heavenly court? Xian Qingjun asked, interrupting his thoughts. Han Ju said, I'm the guardian deity in charge of this mortal world now. Come with me into the mountain to recuperate. After all, Xian Qingjun was his first Dao companion. She had taken care of Han Ju before. Xian Qingjun nodded. She had wanted to enter the mountain earlier, but the Dao field had isolated her divine sense. She thought that the mountain had changed owners, so she didn't dare to enter it rashly. Han Ju brought Xian Qingjun back to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain and let her recuperate in his cave abode. Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer had gone out to train decades ago and had yet to return. However, Han Ju couldn't let Xian Qingjun stay in their cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword became vigilant when she saw Xian Qingjun. Another woman. To be brought in by Hanju, their relationship was definitely not simple. Hanju introduced them to each other. Xian Qingjun nodded to Dao Comprehension Sword and meditated in a corner to heal her injuries. The other disciples were very curious about her identity. Xian Qingjun looked calm, but she was shocked. The immortal qi on this mountain was not inferior to the immortal islands of the Jie school. Most importantly, the demons and disciples that Hanju nurtured also grew rapidly. She even caught the aura of immortals. There was more than one. Hanju became mysterious in her eyes. She suddenly realized that she never understood him. She didn't know how talented Hanju was. The source of this content is Light Novel World. It had only been 2,000 years, but he had already reached the Grand Unity True Immortal realm. Such talent was considered outstanding in the Jie school. Hanju originally thought that Xian Qingjun would join the hidden sect from now on. However, 3 years later, after Xian Qingjun recovered, she wanted to leave. I have ample immortal qi here. You can cultivate in peace, Hanju said. Xian Qingjun shook her head and smiled. I'm not as talented as you. Cultivating alone is not enough. It's very easy to become lazy and complacent. These words represented the intentions of Xing Hongxian and the others. If they all had Hanju's potential, who would be willing to go out and experience life and death? Hanju was speechless. Even if he invited Xian Qingjun to join the heavenly court, she was unwilling. She said that she had killed many heavenly soldiers and that entering the heavenly court was asking for trouble. In the end, Hanju didn't force her to stay. Before Xian Qingjun left, he taught her the invocation technique, saying that she could only use it at critical moments. It took Xian Qingjun half a month to completely master the invocation technique before she left. Hanju didn't send her off. Xian Qingjun directly jumped out of the realm and didn't bump into Divine Lord Wuda. After Xian Qingjun left, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and contacted Di Taibai. Why are you looking for me? Di Taibai asked with a smile. Hanju said, you seem to be in a good mood. Of course. Not long ago, the Jie school attacked and was wiped out by us. The heavenly court's prestige in the immortal world has increased greatly. How can I not be happy? Congratulations. Can you help me investigate someone? His name is Su Qi, and he's my disciple. Su Qi. That jinx. Di Taibai's tone was strange. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience. Hanju asked in surprise, what jinx? Indeed, the heavenly court already knew Su Qi's identity, but they didn't take the initiative to recruit him. This meant that there was a special reason why Su Qi had left the heavenly court to descend into the mortal world. Di Taibai said, your disciple Su Qi was originally the jinx of the heavenly court. His bad luck was too strong and always affected other immortals. His Majesty, the heavenly emperor, had no choice but to expel him to the mortal world. He wanted to use the 10,000 reincarnations to wash away his negative karma. Speaking of which, the jinx is also from the Jie school. A long time ago, he was born from the negative karma of the world. Due to the rejection of the heavenly Tao, it was difficult for him to become an immortal emperor. He doesn't have good relationships with people in the Jie school either. If not for the fact that the Jie school doesn't discriminate, he would probably be expelled by the myriad worlds. Hanju's expression was strange. Was Su Qi so miserable in his previous life? Di Taibai continued, below the immortal emperor realm, it's very easy to be harmed by the jinx. As for immortal emperors, they look down on his providence even more. You don't have to worry about him. No one is willing to inherit the vast negative karma for the sake of killing him. It's even more impossible for ignorant people to kill him. Since you want to find him, I'll let the 2 clairvoyants check around. Hanju thanked him hurriedly. No matter what, Su Qi was his disciple and had helped him deal with 2 great enemies. He couldn't leave him behind. Han Ju asked, in other words, peace has returned to the heavenly court. Yes, we won't encounter any trouble for the time being. The Jia school has been suppressed, and the demon court has been frightened until it's much more obedient. 50 years later, the heavenly court will hold an immortal banquet. Are you coming? I won't go. I didn't attack the Jia school either. I'll be embarrassed to go. It has nothing to do with the Jia school. It's to celebrate His Highness the Crown Prince becoming a disciple of a sage. Sage? Yes, that's an existence that's as high as the heavenly Tao. They rarely appear throughout the eras. Only when the immeasurable calamity appears will they show up in the myriad worlds. Congratulations to His Highness. I think I should forget it. I won't be used to it even if I go. Hee. After severing the connection with his divine sense, Han Ju continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye. Another 30 years passed. Han Ju finally reached the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm. He almost cried in joy. In his excitement, he took out the book of misfortune and blessed all the enemies. Everyone was given an additional day and were cursed for 6 days each. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm. Although hundreds of years of lifespan had been deducted, Han Ju felt that they were worth it. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang devoured the remnant soul of a mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your good friend Mo Fuzhou. Both of them were severely injured. Your Dao companion Xian Qingjun has obtained the true teachings of the Jia school. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of the grand desolate sacred dynasty has decreased. Your good friend Ji Xianshan was attacked by demons, X340032, your good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor. Your good friend Di Hongya has comprehended the true meaning of time. His cultivation has increased greatly. Everyone's journey was smooth. Han Ju finally knew who the sacred dynasty that captured Su Qi was. Previously, Di Taibai didn't find out, so Han Ju could only give up. He wondered if he could directly curse a whole faction. Han Ju decided to give it a try. In the future, the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty would also join the curse list. In addition, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou fought, which surprised him. The two of them were truly deeply connected, having gone through love and hatred. They had walked hand in hand all the way until today and even fought each other. They were truly full of brotherly affection. Han Ju also noticed that Xian Qingjun had returned to the Jia school. From the looks of it, the Jia school was indeed suitable for her. After the battle decades ago, the Jia school shouldn't cause trouble again. It was one of the 3 major schools of the Dao sect. Even if it was desolate, no one dared to suppress it. At this moment, a voice sounded in Han Ju's mind, Master, I'm in trouble. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. The voice came from the reincarnation avatar guarding the Sword Dao River, Liu Bei. His tone was filled with helplessness. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju could communicate with the reincarnation avatar. After all, this avatar was created by him. He could even sense what the reincarnation avatar was thinking, but the latter couldn't sense his thoughts. Han Ju could communicate with the reincarnation avatar. After all, this avatar was created by him. He could even sense what the reincarnation avatar was thinking, but the latter couldn't sense his thoughts. The reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei, began to talk about the troubles during this period. A prodigy of the Sword Dao discovered Liu Bei and felt that he had an impressive identity, so he tried to strike up a conversation with him. In the beginning, Liu Bei could still tolerate it, but as time passed, he could not. Therefore, he had scolded that genius of the Sword Dao, but in the end, he had offended the guy. The other party had threatened to make him regret it. Liu Bei had inherited Han Ju's cautious personality. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it, so he contacted his main body. Han Ju was speechless. Wasn't this basically himself? However, he wasn't so arrogant and dared not to say such harsh words. Han Ju thought, call me when he appears next time. Alright. Liu Bei still sounded nervous. He was afraid that the other party had a powerful background. Han Ju began to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and sought the method to become an immortal emperor. When he reached the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm, a new cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was extremely vast and unfathomable. It involved many paths, such as providence, heaven and earth, heavenly Tao, 5 elements, yin and yang, fate, and so on. Immortal emperors didn't cultivate only one Tao. Jiang Yi had become an immortal emperor of the sword Tao, but he had said that the sword Tao was his weakest Tao. Cultivation was so difficult. It was unlike fantasy stories. Geniuses could always temper their bodies endlessly. Even if they didn't understand other aspects, they could still forcefully reach the strongest realm. Cultivation meant cultivating the Tao and the heart. The legendary 12 ancestral magi had powerful bodies and no essence soul. They had inherited the orthodox lineage of Pangu. Several months later, Han Ju finally finished reviewing the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Now, he couldn't reach the immortal emperor realm just by meditating. Han Ju opened his eyes. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Providence. There were 3 paths to reach the emperor realm. The first was providence. Using great providence to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao and stepping into the emperor realm. Such immortal emperors were the weakest. The second was the great Tao. By relying on the great Tao, he could use his comprehension of the great Tao to transform his soul. The third was to combine the great Tao and providence. Such immortal emperors were the strongest. They had both powerful strength and great providence to protect them. Han Ju himself had the great Tao of life and death, but his providence might not be strong enough. Since he wanted to become an immortal emperor, he had to be the strongest kind. Detected that you are facing the choice of attaining the emperor realm. You have the following choices. 1. Providence Immortal Emperor. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Great Tao Immortal Emperor, you can obtain 2 great Tao fragments and a supreme treasure. 3. Perfect Immortal Emperor. You can obtain 3 great Tao fragments, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a mystical power inheritance. This choice couldn't be made immediately. It would only be completed automatically after reaching it. Han Ju fell silent. How could he obtain great providence? One was to kill the enemy and seize their providence. This was why the geniuses would trample on each other. Second, with the reroll world as the foundation, as the heavenly Tao got stronger, his providence would rise accordingly. This was also the reason why the white-robed Buddha worked so hard. Han Ju felt that he still had to rely on the reroll world. Although he was a deity of the mortal world, Han Ju's providence was not tied to the reroll world. Instead, the white-robed Buddha had already fused with the providence of the world. Han Ju immediately took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Tai Bai. On second thought, something was wrong. Di Tai Bai wasn't an immortal emperor. If he knew, wouldn't he have long become one? Han Ju chased Tao Comprehension Sword out of the cave abode and asked, "Is the Heavenly Emperor here?" After a while, the Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded, "What is it?" Han Ju asked with a strange expression, "You've been staring at me all the time." Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover new novels. Humph, if you didn't call my name, would I have paid attention to you? The Heavenly Emperor snorted. He was the Heavenly Emperor, the leader of the Heavenly Court. How could he have the time to stare at him? Han Ju couldn't help but tense up. The Heavenly Emperor could sense it just by calling out to him. Fortunately, he didn't speak ill of him behind his back. I want to ask how to fuse with the providence of the mortal world and strengthen it, Han Ju asked. The Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded, "Oh. You're about to achieve the immortal Emperor realm?" Han Ju hesitated for a moment and then nodded slowly. In front of the Heavenly Emperor, he felt like he had been seen through. The karma between you and the Scarlet Cloud, no, reroll world, is too little. You have to enter the mortal world. Enter the mortal world? Han Ju said in surprise, you mean to travel the world and interact with people? The Heavenly Emperor teased, didn't you obtain the reincarnation inheritance? Why don't you reincarnate as your trial? Reincarnation? Han Ju fell silent. Reincarnation doesn't mean death. You can hide your body in the depths of your soul. When your mortal body dies of old age, you can regain consciousness. Even if someone wants to kill your mortal body, you will sense it, the Heavenly Emperor explained. Han Ju felt that it was feasible. It would only take a few decades in the mortal world. It was equivalent to entering seclusion. No wonder so many powerful people reincarnated. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Han Ju thanked him. The Heavenly Emperor didn't reply and the communication ended. Han Ju began to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. After he reached his limits, he would reincarnate and train. For more, visit Light Novel World. Calm beside a large river, Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan sat on the grass. Facing the river, they were both thinking about something. Zhou Fan came back to his senses and asked, have you thought about it? Mo Fuzhou said leisurely, go. Fang Liang is Brother Han's grand disciple. We've seen him in the mortal world before. Since we heard that he's in trouble, how can we ignore it? Zhou Fan snorted. This kid's providence is too strong. It said that he just killed dozens of heaven immortals not long ago. We might not be his match even if we cooperate. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, we're not bad either. With that, he stood up and said, since you've decided, let's go. Zhou Fan nodded. The two of them flew in the same direction and vanished at the end of the river in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Heavenly Court, in a stone pavilion. Really? Murong Qi slapped the table and stood up angrily. In front of him sat Di Taibai. Di Taibai said helplessly, that kid Fang Liang is being controlled by a family under the Divine Palace. It said that he's delirious and has gone mad. If you want to save him, you'll have to face several Grand Unity Mystic Immortals. With your current strength, I'm afraid, Murong Qi frowned and said, the Heavenly Court can't do anything. Fang Liang is also a Heavenly General. The Divine Palace is on good terms with the Heavenly Court now. We can't save him for the time being. Let's wait a little longer. That family won't take Fang Liang's life for the time being. They're still counting on him to make a comeback. Does my Grandmaster know about this? No. Do you want me to tell him? No need. I'll save my junior brother. Don't trouble Grandmaster. Murong Qi turned around and left. Di Taibai hurriedly called out to him, you don't have the strength of your previous life now. Murong Qi waved his hand and said, even if I don't, killing mystic immortals is nothing difficult. Looking in the direction he had vanished, Di Taibai frowned. Could it be that this fellow has already recovered his cultivation from his previous life? Impossible. He died in his previous life. Could it be that he had a huge fortuitous encounter in the Heaven Punishment Divine region? Di Taibai couldn't understand. He also yearned to reach the Immortal Emperor realm. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better experience however, due to his limited potential, he had been stuck at the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm for a long time. So many years had passed. Read at Wuxia World. EU. 10 years later. 10 years later. Han Ju raised his sword Dao mystical powers to the limit. In the simulation trial, other than the Heavenly Emperor, everyone else was instantly killed. Han Ju's cultivation had already reached the limit and could no longer be strengthened. Therefore, he decided to start comprehending the great Tao of life and death next. As for reincarnation and fusing the providence, Han Ju was still conflicted. What if the enemies took the opportunity to mess with him during his reincarnation? If it was him, after knowing that his invincible enemy had reincarnated, he would definitely think of a way to completely kill him and prevent future trouble. Han Ju placed the reincarnation plan last on the list. If he could avoid reincarnation, he would never do it. Half a year later, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that comprehending the great Tao of life and death could allow his cultivation level to continue growing stronger. That was quite impressive. Was this the great Tao? Han Ju was extremely excited and continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. The great Tao of life and death controlled life and death. The 6 paths of reincarnation were created with the great Tao of life and death as the foundation. If there was no life and death, how could there be reincarnation? During the comprehension process, Han Ju's essence soul entered the great Tao of life and death. He witnessed the cycle of life and death of countless people. There were all kinds of forms in life. At first, his emotions would fluctuate. But after watching too much, his heart became numb. Numbness wasn't the ultimate success. He had to transcend numbness, understand life and death, believe in life and death, control life and death, and not be controlled by life and death. In the Connate cave abode, Tao comprehension sword blinked at him. There were 2 visible auras around Han Ju. One was black and the other was white. His hair alternated between them. It was extremely strange. Although Tao comprehension sword was filled with doubts, she didn't dare to disturb Han Ju. Half a year later, Di Tai Bai came to visit. Han Ju was in a state of Tao comprehension and didn't hear his voice. Tao comprehension sword had no choice but to go out to welcome him. Di Tai Bai stood at the edge of the cliff. Beside him was a woman in white. It was Li Yao. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. The others had already seen Di Tai Bai. Thus, they were curious about the white-robed woman beside him. What a beautiful woman! She was prettier than Tu Linger, Xing Hongxian, and Chang Yuer. Only Tao comprehension sword could compare. This woman in white was Li Yao. Her expression was indifferent, making everyone think of Han Ju. Her temperament was too similar to his. Especially that wary gaze. Li Yao looked indifferent, but she was actually extremely nervous. Ever since she was saved by Han Ju, she had an indescribable feeling towards him. After living for so long, she only knew how to cultivate and had never fallen in love. However, Han Ju's appearance that day was really stunning, causing her to remember it clearly. She had been to so many worlds, even the immortal world and the heavenly court, but she had never met a man more handsome than Han Ju. He was good-looking and powerful. He even saved her. Even if her heart was made of stone, it still melted. However, after arriving at the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, she subconsciously became vigilant. What if the one on this mountain was not the Han Ju she knew? What if he had ill intentions? Seeing Tao comprehension sword walk out of the Connate cave abode, she became even more nervous. Could it be that Han Ju liked? Tao comprehension sword's eyes lit up when she saw Li Yao. She immediately walked over and carefully sized her up. Li Yao was frightened and subconsciously retreated. If she took another step back, she would fall off the cliff. Of course, with her cultivation level, that was impossible. Tao comprehension sword looked at Di Tai Bai and said, "Master is comprehending the Tao. He can't come out for the time being. This woman claims to know Han Ju. He asked her to come, right?" Di Tai Bai asked. Originally, Li Yao's immortal position was not enough to attract his attention, but when she mentioned Han Ju, he had to be serious. Li Yao was very mysterious and was ambiguous about the past. If Di Tai Bai had not guessed that she had ascended from the mortal world, he would have directly captured her. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Yes, it's true. I thank Great Immortal on Master's behalf. Di Tai Bai smiled and nodded before disappearing. Dao Comprehension Sword looked at Li Yao and smiled. I've watched you with Master before. I've seen all your experiences over the years. You're really impressive. She began to talk non-stop, causing Li Yao to frown. She wasn't proud. Instead, she felt insecure. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being spied on. If it was Han Ju, he would probably want to kill the other party. Dao Comprehension Sword could tell that she wasn't in a good mood, so she arranged for her to sit in front of the Fusang tree and let her cultivate first. The Black Hell Chicken asked curiously, what's her relationship with Master? Han Ju spent most of his time cultivating, but he would occasionally go out. Dao Comprehension Sword snorted. What does it have to do with you? Are you at the loose immortal realm yet? The Black Hell Chicken glared at her, not daring to reply. Although the others were curious, they did not approach. Li Yao's expression was too cold, as if she did not want anyone to approach her. The disciples of the hidden sect were all geniuses, so they were naturally not too humble. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju woke up in realization. The great Tao of life and death really fascinated him. It was like a dream. He only felt that several days had passed. Han Ju's cultivation level had increased greatly, surpassing decades of bitter cultivation. He was very satisfied with this. He took out the Book of Misfortune and did his usual missions. Dao Comprehension Sword suddenly said, Li Yao is here. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered that Li Yao was cultivating outside. Okay, let her continue cultivating, Han Ju replied. Li Yao's cultivation level had already reached the early stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. Back then, when he first saw her, she was still immortal. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Dao Comprehension Sword asked in surprise, you don't want to see her? What she wants is a place for cultivation. It's fine as long as I don't disturb her. I don't need her to do anything for the time being, Han Ju replied. He hoped that Li Yao would treat this place as her home. This way, when the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain encountered danger, it would also increase his combat strength. However, this woman's personality was too similar to his. If he encountered a problem, his first thought was to run. Li Yao was most likely the same. Han Ju continued cursing and checked his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a cultivator, X20943, your good friend Ji Xianchen received guidance from a mighty figure and learned a mystical power. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons, X142800, your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your grand disciple Fang Liang and was severely injured. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by your grand disciple Fang Liang and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a righteous cultivator and was killed. His soul fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Divine General was cursed. Han Ju suddenly frowned. Not to mention why Fang Liang attacked Zhou Fan and Murong Qi, why was Yang Tiandong dead? Han Ju immediately captured Yang Tiandong's soul and discovered that he was already in the netherworld. He immediately sent his essence soul into the netherworld to find him. At this moment, Yang Tiandong was already lining up in front of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. He was in a daze, similar to the ghosts in front and behind. Han Ju sucked Yang Tiandong towards him. What happened? Han Ju asked in a low voice. The moment Yang Tiandong saw him, he immediately lowered his head in shame and gritted his teeth. Master! I've let you down. He suddenly knelt. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. Han Ju frowned and asked, "What is it?" Yang Tiandong replied with a trembling voice, I took the initiative to spar with someone and was beaten to death. I've embarrassed you, read at Wuxia World. EU. After hearing Yang Tiandong's words, Han Ju took a deep breath. He was angry, but he felt even more speechless. After hearing Yang Tiandong's words, Han Ju took a deep breath. He was angry, but he felt even more speechless. Yang Tiandong didn't cry out in injustice or anger, which meant that he was in the wrong. Han Ju asked, "Why did you want to spar with someone?" Yang Tiandong said awkwardly, "My subordinate said that he's the strongest among the demons. I didn't believe, why kill when sparring? He said that he doesn't spar and only kills enemies. I said that we should just fight like enemies." Han Ju was convinced. In that case, it wasn't the other party's fault. It was Yang Tiandong who had provoked him. Yang Tiandong wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. He didn't dare to look at his master. Han Ju said, "Then, go reincarnate and cultivate well in your next life." With that, he disappeared. He couldn't be bothered to comfort Yang Tiandong. However, before leaving, he still sent a message to Mengpe, hoping that Yang Tiandong would be given a good background in his next life. No matter what, he was his first disciple. Yang Tiandong returned to the queue in a daze. He sadly discovered that he couldn't return to his original position. He had to start from the end. Yang Tiandong looked up. Countless ghosts were queuing up, looking so lonely. He suddenly regretted it. If he had stayed on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. In the next life, he might very well become immortal, and his master would lead the other disciples to continue their cultivation path. The more Yang Tiandong thought about it, the more his heart ached. He could only blame himself. He couldn't hate anyone. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju began to deduce the mortal demon who had killed Yang Tiandong. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. As he was about to become an immortal emperor, he had a certain understanding of karma. If he followed Yang Tiandong's deduction, it was very easy for him to deduce that demon. It was a demon at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It hid in the mountains and forests to cultivate. There was no second demon within 100 miles. It seemed very solitary. It was probably a cultivator like Han Ju, but he got pestered by Yang Tiandong. Han Ju didn't seek revenge, Yang Tiandong deserved it. It was just nice to let Yang Tiandong reincarnate and re-roll his potential. The Khanate providence of a descendant of a mortal world demon saint was really insufficient. He had already fallen behind. If the potential in the next life was bad too, he would continue to reincarnate. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. Under the Fusang tree, everyone was cultivating diligently and rarely chatted. Han Ju didn't spread the news of Yang Tiandong's death. As his comprehension of the great Tao of life and death deepened, he discovered that his stellar primordial body was beginning to exert some effect. In the depths of his soul, a sea of stars appeared. Countless stars shone brightly. Han Ju connected the great Tao of life and death to these stars. The great Tao of life and death was stimulated and became stronger. Han Ju realized that his consciousness had arrived in a vast universe. The dazzling stars made him absent-minded. He suddenly realized that he did not understand the stellar primordial body at all. He had been cultivating and had neglected his research on the physique. Han Ju decided to focus on the stellar primordial body next. He had a bold thought. If he created a universe and the universe developed into the scale of the current myriad worlds, all the providence would gather on him. The providence of the immortal world and the myriad worlds gathered together. Wasn't that the heavenly Tao? Han Ju was tempted. He suddenly recalled the legend of Pangu splitting the heavens. Could it be that after Pangu split the heavens, he did not sacrifice himself but transformed into the heavenly Tao and became an existence that even the immortals could not imagine? Han Ju suppressed his excitement. This plan would take too long. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. The immortal world had existed for countless years. The amount of time needed might even exceed the concept of time itself. In a huge prison, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou were meditating. Not only the two of them, but others had been defeated by Fang Liang and were imprisoned here. Dozens of cultivators were patrolling the dark prison entrance. The other prison also had many cultivators inside, all of them healing their injuries. Mo Fuzhou opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Strange, don't you think that everything is very strange?" Zhou Fan opened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean? The Gu family left so many of us alive. Aren't they afraid of danger? We might be of use to them." "That's true." Mo Fuzhou frowned. How could the Gu family use them? So many people. Mo Fuzhou had a bad feeling. A person beside him sighed. Leaving so many people who came from various factions alive, it must be for the sacrifice. Don't you know that the Gu family has an ancestor? He almost stepped into the immortal emperor realm. Fang Liang is so powerful because of the ancestor's enlightenment. The others followed suit. Yes, it's very likely that they want to revive their ancestor. In that case, Fang Liang is just a pawn. Nonsense. Otherwise, would he end up in an unconscious state? Don't think that he's domineering. He's actually better off dead. It's said that the head of the Gu family wanted to marry his daughter to Fang Liang, but he rejected. That's why Fang Liang ended up like this. Isn't Fang Liang a heavenly general of the heavenly court? Why isn't anyone from the heavenly court here? The heavenly court is on good terms with the divine palace. Why would they offend the divine palace for an ordinary heavenly general? Sigh, all living beings are ants before the chess players. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou looked at each other. Zhou Fan said in a low voice, "Do you think Han Ju will come?" Mo Fuzhou rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Han is still in the mortal world. How can he come?" Zhou Fan felt that it made sense. If he comes, the Gu family will definitely be wiped out. Zhou Fan teased. At this point, he no longer doubted Han Ju's strength. He could only imagine it. Zhou Fan understood Han Ju. Although this fellow was cautious and didn't like to provoke trouble, whoever dared to provoke him would definitely suffer. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, "Perhaps." He had a feeling that the Gu family was in trouble. 3 years later. Zhou Fan, Mo Fuzhou, and the other prisoners were injected with a special poison, causing their dermic powers to collapse and for them to no longer be able to circulate their energy. After that, they were escorted out of the dungeon. An hour later. They were sent to a huge building at the top of a mountain. This was the place where Fang Liang had been enlightened. Everyone was nervous. The Gu family's master sat in the pavilion with Fang Liang behind him. Fang Liang was expressionless. He wore a Taoist robe covered in various runes and patterns. He looked very strange. The Gu family master waved his hand. The Gu family cultivators around the altar took a step forward and started casting their spells. Zhou Fan frowned. It's about to begin. Mo Fuzhou didn't reply. Instead, he circulated his energy with all his might. However, no matter what, he couldn't produce any dermic powers. The other prisoners fell into a panic. Many even started cursing the Gu family. A woman appeared beside the Gu family's master. Her name was Gu Xian. She turned to look at Fang Liang and asked, "Father, can you really save Fang Liang by doing this?" "Of course. The reason why he's in a daze is that he can't withstand the ancestors' cultivation. By returning the cultivation, he will be able to recover, the Gu family head replied as he stared at the array formation on the altar below. The ancestral recovery array had been activated. The latest episodes are on the light novel world.com website. Read at Wuxia World. EU. The Gu family head stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He came to the railing and looked down at the ancestral recovery array. The Gu family head stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He came to the railing and looked down at the ancestral recovery array. The 99 Gu family cultivators used their dermic powers to activate the array formation. A huge purple barrier covered the altar. Rolling thunderclouds condensed above the purple barrier and quickly expanded, spreading to all directions. Boom! Deafening thunder rumbled. The Gu family head's eyes burned with passion. Ancestor, your descendant is about to revive you. Soon. He roared in his heart, extremely excited. He raised his hand and waved. Fang Liang immediately flew past him and into the air, walking towards the top of the ancestral recovery array. Countless bolts of lightning interwove on Fang Liang's body, but he did not frown. A terrifying pressure filled the world. The Gu family really wants to revive their ancestor. Zhou Fan widened his eyes. He had been resurrected several times, but he had relied on himself. Had the Gu family gone mad? Mo Fuzhou gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! What poison is this? It can't be dispelled at all. At this rate, before Fang Liang died, they would be sacrificed first. The others were also extremely terrified. Some people wanted to forcefully rush out of the ancestral recovery array, but they were jolted back. Swish! A sonic boom tore through the air. A long halberd descended from the sky and directly broke through the ancestral recovery array. The tip of the halberd stabbed into the altar, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Everyone turned to look. This long halberd was silver-white in color. The blade of the halberd was like a crescent moon, shining brightly. A silver dragon seemed to be wrapped between the halberd blade and spear shaft, looking mighty and domineering. Who dares to hurt my junior brother? A domineering shout resounded through the world, causing everyone to look up. Wearing silver armor, Morong Qi stepped on a qilin and attacked. Divine light flashed behind him and pierced through the thundercloud. The Gu family head frowned and thought to himself, Heavenly General. What does the heavenly court mean by this? He immediately waved his hand, gesturing for the Gu family cultivators to attack. In an instant, hundreds of Gu family cultivators soared into the sky and attacked Morong Qi. Morong Qi raised his hand and waved, causing the silver dragon halberd to quickly fly back into his hand. He looked at Fang Liang and discovered that his junior brother was like a walking corpse. He was immediately furious and his eyes turned red. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World.com. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju was cultivating. All these years, he had been studying the stellar primordial body. The dermic powers in his body had been increasing. He discovered that every star in his body could contain dermic powers, and the quantity was not small. If the billions of stars filled with dermic powers were activated in battle, it would be an explosive force that could destroy the world. Just thinking about it made Han Ju excited. In addition, he felt that the stellar primordial body might contain even stronger secrets. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared behind Han Ju. He felt the summoning of the invocation technique. What happened? Han Ju frowned. Who was using the invocation technique? Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still stood up and said, I'll be back soon. He turned around and stepped into the black vortex. At the same time, dust filled the Gu family's mountain. On the altar, Fang Liang collapsed in the ruins. Morong Qi and Gu Xian knelt beside him. Many prisoners and corpses were lying around. A black vortex floated above Fang Liang's head. Morong Qi looked at it, feeling uneasy. Was the mystical power taught by Grandmaster useful? Why didn't I pay the price for using it? Back then, when Han Ju taught him the invocation technique, he had mentioned a terrifying price. Murong-chi thought that he would have to sell his soul. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. Most importantly, he didn't reverse the situation. Murong-chi looked up. A fierce battle in the sky shook the world. The Gu family's ancestor had already been revived. Although he had only regained his soul, his aura was still very powerful. The person fighting him was a tiger-headed greater demon. This great demon wore thorny armor and had a demonic aura. He held a bone truncheon in his hand and attacked with all his might. With his great powers, he managed to restrain the Gu family's ancestor. However, it was only a distraction. The Gu family ancestor's aura became stronger and stronger as time passed. At this rate, the demon would definitely lose. Damn it, even a late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal can't suppress him. Is this fellow about to step into the Immortal Emperor realm? The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Murong-chi gritted his teeth. This greater demon was his subordinate back then, the Demon Bone Tiger. It was one of the 72 generals under him. He didn't expect that it was no match for the newly resurrected Gu family ancestor. If I had the cultivation level of my previous life. Murong-chi thought indignantly. He couldn't help but look at the black vortex. At this moment, he saw a figure walk out of the black vortex. Murong-chi's eyes widened. Grandmaster? Why is Grandmaster here? It wasn't that Murong-chi didn't think that this was a summoning technique, but he didn't expect Han Ju to come. He knew Han Ju's personality best. The heavenly court invited Han Ju, but he didn't go. But to save them. Han Ju walked out of the black vortex and saw Fang Liang lying on the ground. He couldn't help but frown and ask in a low voice, who did this? Seeing Han Ju appear, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou widened their eyes in shock. Why was he here? Many thoughts flashed through Murong-chi's mind. Then, he pointed at the Gu family's ancestor and said, "It's him. He stole junior brother's cultivation. The tiger demon fighting him is my subordinate." Han Ju looked at the Gu family's ancestor. Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. No wonder he could force his two precious grand-disciples to such a state. Han Ju raised his right hand and directly used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Without another word, he used his full power. Fighting the Demon Bone Tiger, the Gu family's ancestor subconsciously turned his head and saw Han Ju's sword chi. The sword chi was extremely fast, faster than lightning. It was difficult to follow with the naked eye. It directly drowned the Gu family's ancestor and pierced through the thundercloud. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. It was like shooting through the sky. The Demon Bone Tiger was almost frightened to death. When Han Ju's sword chi swept past him, he felt the aura of death. Emperor Realm Mystical Power. Was it an immortal emperor? The Demon Bone Tiger turned around and saw Murong-chi kneeling down to Han Ju. This was only a difference in perspective. Murong-chi had exhausted all his dermic powers and was kneeling beside Fang Liang to take care of him. Han Ju floated above Fang Liang and looked down from the sky as if Murong-chi was kneeling to him. What a handsome man! Could this be like what Big Brother had said? After Han Ju felt the aura of the Gu family's ancestor completely disappear, he turned around and walked back to the black vortex, saying, "Bring your junior brother back. Be careful when you go out in the future." Han Ju quickly disappeared into the black vortex. The world fell silent. Everyone who was still alive was stunned. Too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Before they could figure out what was going on, the Gu family's ancestor was gone. Ancestor! A shrill cry sounded. The Gu family head knelt on the ruins of the pavilion in pain. He held his head with both hands and almost went mad. He's gone just like that. Zhou Fan muttered to himself in disbelief. He knew that Han Ju was very strong. But unexpectedly. This was too ridiculous. The Gu family's ancestor was so powerful that he could destroy the world. He was stronger than any mighty figure he had ever seen. But Han Ju killed him with a single finger. Murongqi suddenly shouted, "Little Seven, what are you waiting for? Kill them. Leave no one from the Gu family alive. All of them must die." The demon bone tiger came back to its senses and revealed a sinister smile. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He was still so nervous even though it was the second time he went to the immortal world. Fortunately, the enemy was not strong. How long had it been since these brats ascended? They had actually started to provoke Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, where did you go just now?" This wasn't the first time she had seen the black vortex. The last time was to save Li Yao. What about this time? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told them what happened to Fang Liang and Murongqi. The immortal world is so dangerous. These two brothers almost died after going up. Do you still want to ascend? Han Ju asked solemnly. Dao Comprehension Sword shook her head crazily. She said seriously, "I've never thought of ascending. I just want to stay by Master's side. I'm doing well now. I keep cultivating and occasionally relax. I can even chat with them." The greatest benefit of staying in the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain was that there was no pressure. She liked this kind of non-stressful living environment. She had memories of her previous life. In her previous life, most of her memories were of constantly being in fear. She was just a blade of grass. No one cared about her. The beasts and humans passing by could step on her and not care about her life. So, in this life, she was very grateful to Han Ju and even became dependent on him. However, Han Ju didn't know what she was thinking, so he always tried to brainwash her again and again. Han Ju said in satisfaction, "Continue cultivating." Dao Comprehension Sword nodded. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Master, recently, Howard and Li Yao fought. Li Yao's talent is too strong. The Black Hell Chicken has been sowing discord and using Li Yao to suppress Howard. Although Long Hao was talented, he hadn't grown up yet and had not experienced any storms. He wasn't like Li Yao. Her talent was very strong among the children of heaven and earth. She cultivated diligently and had obtained many opportunities on the way to the reroll world. Han Ju said, "Go out and call the Black Hell Chicken in." Dao Comprehension Sword hurriedly stood up. Soon, the Black Hell Chicken entered uneasily. It had never transformed and maintained its chicken form. Han Ju was expressionless. 5 minutes later, the Black Hell Chicken was thrown out of the Khanate cave abode by him. Everyone turned around and laughed. All the Black Hell Chicken's feathers had been plucked. Under Han Ju's dermic powers, it couldn't grow feathers for several days. Humph, don't sow discord between fellow disciples. Otherwise, Han Ju's voice sounded. Long Hao was embarrassed. He felt that his master was talking about him. Li Yao seemed to have thought of something and blushed. She secretly cursed Han Ju for being too much. However, she was still very satisfied with his decision. She was also very annoyed by the Black Hell Chicken's instigation. She only wanted to cultivate well and not cause unnecessary trouble. She didn't want to have conflicts with others. The Black Hell Chicken was too ashamed to face anyone now. It was too shameful. It hid on the fusang tree and used the leaves to cover its body. In a forest. Murong Qi, Zhou Fan, Mo Fuzhou, and Fang Liang were cultivating. The demon bone tiger was guarding not far away. Gu Xian sat beside Fang Liang with her head lowered. Fang Liang opened his eyes and sighed. Leave. Don't follow me. I won't marry again in my life. I only have the great Tao in my heart. In the mortal world, he had been hurt by women and was afraid. Gu Xian clutched her sleeves tightly and said in a low voice, I don't know where to go. Murong Qi snorted. The world is vast. Where can't I go? Your father has already been killed by my brother. Even if you and my junior are together, there will be some conflict in your heart. He despised Gu Xian. This silly woman almost killed her sweetheart. She's already so old. It's impossible for her to not have any morals. In his opinion, Gu Xian was just afraid and avoiding reality. She didn't dare to go against her father and could only wait for tragedy to happen. Zhou Fan clicked his tongue in wonder. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm for some reason, he recalled his past self. However, he wasn't as determined and carefree as Fang Liang. Thinking of those people in the past, Zhou Fan sighed. Gu Xian pursed her lips, feeling extremely tormented. Fang Liang sighed. Forget it. Bring her back to the heavenly court. At least there's a place to stay. Murong Qi snorted but did not continue to refute. Anyway, this was Fang Liang's private matter. Cultivate well when you return. You came out to mess around with such a cultivation level. If not for Grandmaster, you would already be dead. Murong Qi said sternly. He was a senior in the first place. In addition to his memories from his previous life, he naturally treated Fang Liang like a junior. He really cared about him. Fang Liang said awkwardly, It's indeed my fault. I especially troubled Grandmaster. He was flustered. When he woke up and heard that Han Ju saved them, he was shocked and ashamed. In the end, he still caused trouble for Grandmaster. He had never repaid Han Ju. Murong Qi looked at Mo Fuzhou and asked, What's next? In the mortal world, the four of them had known each other and even sparred and fought. They had also had conflicts. Of course, these were all interesting things in the past. To be able to meet an old friend in the immortal world felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Continue wandering the world and make a name for myself. Zhou Fan smiled, his blood boiling. Mo Fuzhou smiled and nodded. Murong Qi also smiled. He had seen many such people. The immortal world didn't lack such high-spirited people. Every genius rose up by stepping on countless such people. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. The stellar primordial body was the same as the great Tao of life and death. It was vast and profound. He felt that he could spend forever comprehending it. Although he had been becoming stronger, he felt that he was still far from becoming an immortal emperor. The process to reach the immortal emperor realm wasn't a process of quantitative change, but a qualitative change. No matter how much his dermic powers increased, he had to transform his body and soul. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. He also checked his emails to relax. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Your good friend Ji Xianchen has perished. His soul has fallen into the netherworld. Your good friend Di Tai Bai was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Di Tai Bai is severely injured. Fortunately, your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor, saved him. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun obtained the supreme treasure of the Jie school. Your disciple Han 8 has comprehended the heavenly Tao during cultivation, learning a new mystical power. Your good friend Ji Xianchen encountered an opportunity in the netherworld and cultivated a mystical power. Your Tao companion Xing Hongxian has obtained the providence of the heavenly Tao. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by a cultivator from the sacred dynasty, X16824 chaos ensued again. Many immortals of the heavenly court began to suffer. However, this had happened in the past. Han Ju wasn't too worried. Instead, Su Chi's recent situation made him very concerned. This kid had never used the invocation technique. Could it be that he was afraid that he couldn't defeat the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty? From the emails, he seemed to have escaped from the Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty and was being hunted down. Han Ju made up his mind that the remaining disciples couldn't ascend unless they were Grand Unity Golden Immortals. If he had to save them wherever they went, it was only a matter of time before he suffered a failure. It was fine to save them once or twice, but if he did it too many times, it would go against his Tao heart. Han Ju thought silently. At this moment, a voice entered his ears. "Fellow Taoist Sun Quan, come out for a gathering." White-robed Buddha. Han Ju replied, "Wait, I have something on hand." "All right," the white-robed Buddha replied. "The source of this content is Light Novel World." Come then, he waited for half a year. Read at Wuxia World. EU. The white-robed Buddha was about to explode. The white-robed Buddha was about to explode. Damn it. He actually made me wait for half a year. Even the Buddhas didn't dare to put on airs in front of him. The white-robed Buddha could only use the Buddhist scriptures to calm his mind. Finally, Han Ju appeared in front of him and asked, "What is it?" The white-robed Buddha was meditating under a tree. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is fellow Taoist Sun Quan busy with?" "The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Looking at him, the white-robed Buddha didn't dare to vent his anger. Firstly, he couldn't win. Secondly, the heavenly emperor was standing above Han Ju. The white-robed Buddha said helplessly, "Recently, the mortal world has been peaceful. Many prodigies have risen, but the rate of ascension is still too high. I want to leave them in the mortal world, but I can't force them." Han Ju asked, "Why do you want them to stay in the mortal world?" "The more cultivators in the mortal world, the stronger the providence will be. It will then benefit the spirit chi of the world, and the entire world will become stronger. Our providence will also become stronger." The white-robed Buddha was direct and did not hide his selfish motives. Han Ju said, "That's not good, right? Isn't this cutting off the heavenly court's new blood? Didn't the heavenly court rely on the mortal world to send in endless talents? There's nothing bad about it. Those powerful mortal worlds are almost comparable to the three realms. It's because they kept the geniuses around. You don't have to worry about the heavenly court. Most ascenders are also heavenly soldiers when they enter the court. It's even difficult for them to enter the court. The heavenly court is only in charge of the mortal world and does not rely on it," the white-robed Buddha said meaningfully. Han Ju felt that it made sense. He subconsciously thought about the relationship between the heavenly court and the mortal world. For more, visit Light Novel World. The heavenly court needed providence, but it didn't rely on the providence of mortals. They could, but it was not necessary. Han Ju said, "Then, go ahead. I still have to cultivate. I'll leave these things to you. I can share the providence of the reroll world with you. As long as you don't become my enemy, I'll even welcome you to protect the world." White-robed Buddha's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3/5 stars. Han Ju was very satisfied with the notification. The white-robed Buddha smiled. "All right. After all, you're the guardian deity of this mortal world. I need your approval." Han Ju asked, "When are you going to attain the Emperor realm?" The white-robed Buddha was stunned. He didn't expect Han Ju to suddenly ask this question. He smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know? I've been preparing for tens of millions of years already." Sigh. Tens of millions of years. So long. Han Ju was shocked. This was ridiculous. He suddenly realized that becoming an immortal emperor was even harder than he had imagined. Jiang Yi was really terrifying. He ascended just like that. "What about you?" the white-robed Buddha asked. Han Ju said, "Same here." With that, he vanished on the spot. The white-robed Buddha frowned. Han Ju's words were filled with deep meaning. What did he mean by that? Were they about to reach the immortal emperor realm at the same time? Or was Han Ju saying that he could live longer than him? Every time he saw Han Ju, the white-robed Buddha would feel uneasy. Han Ju was very dangerous and couldn't be provoked easily. After returning to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, Han Ju gathered everyone and began to preach the Tao. This was the first time Li Yao attended his Tao lecture. She had always been curious about Han Ju's cultivation. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. How strong is Senior? After comprehending the great Tao of life and death, Han Ju's Tao insight became even more profound. His voice was filled with Tao essence, causing everyone to quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension. This lecture lasted for half a year. Everyone more or less comprehended something. Legend had it that a long time ago, the Tao ancestor had preached the Tao for 30,000 years, causing the cultivation of the 3,000 unorthodox Tao to increase greatly, surpassing countless years of cultivation. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more important it was to preach and discuss the Tao. Because his understanding of the Tao had already reached the limit, he needed to fuse with the Tao of others and improve it further. After the lecture, Han Ju allowed everyone to ask questions and answered them one by one. Li Yao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4-5 stars. Li Yao admired Han Ju. He really suited the image of an expert in her mind. Everything was perfect. He had no desires. Han Ju looked at the 8 Calabash brothers. Apart from Han 8, the other brothers were very passionate. Han 8 was very shy and could blush easily when talking to others. The one who had the best relationship with Han 8 was the most extroverted Black Hell Chicken. However, the Black Hell Chicken was also a social recluse. It was afraid of going outside. Why do I feel that our hidden sect disciples have their own flaws? Han Ju thought silently and immediately got up to return to his cave abode to continue cultivating Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Murong Qi and asked, "Have you really thought about it?" Murong Qi's gaze was firm as he said, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to go to the chaotic forbidden region and sweep away all evil. I'll fight for the luck of the Heavenly Court and also temper myself." He had been furious ever since he was saved by Han Ju. He had to become stronger quickly. There couldn't be a next time. Han Ju's appearance made him feel very embarrassed. He couldn't cause trouble for Grandmaster anymore. Apart from Murong Qi, there was also the Divine General and the Demon Bone Tiger. Then go. The Heavenly Emperor waved his sleeve, and a strong wind blew towards Murong Qi and the Demon Bone Tiger. A spatial crack appeared behind them and sucked them in. The Divine General asked, "How's Senior Tai Bai?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "His soul is safe, but this matter cannot be forgiven." Led 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to the great desolate sacred dynasty and demand an explanation. Tell them to give up chasing after Su Qi. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Understood. The Divine General turned around and left. The Heavenly Emperor frowned and sighed. The Jie school is really difficult to deal with. 20 years later. Han Ju had already reached 2,349 years old. He was still comprehending the great Tao of life and death. The Emperor realm was still far away. He opened his eyes and frowned. How strange. I'm clearly becoming stronger. Why can't I reach the Emperor realm? Han Ju hadn't been troubled by cultivation for a long time. Could it be that he really had to reincarnate and increase his providence? No. Reincarnation was too dangerous. Couldn't he just blend into the mortal world directly? Hanju thought silently. He felt that he could give it a try. Even if it didn't work, he would only waste decades. At least, there was no danger to his life. As Hanju thought, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. In the blink of an eye. Another half a year passed. Hanju was about to stand up and go out to look at the Fusang tree when a familiar and unfamiliar voice sounded. Sima-yi, come out. Hanju showed a frown. Wasn't this Jiang Yi's voice? Hanju immediately checked the strongest person nearby. Jiang Yi, cultivation unknown, Golden Crow Divine Clan prodigy. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still went to the void to meet him. Jiang Yi and Divine Lord Wuda stood opposite each other. After not seeing each other for so many years, he looked even more high-spirited. When Divine Lord Wuda saw Hanju appear, he nodded at him before disappearing without a trace. Jiang Yi sized him up and clicked his tongue in wonder. The aura of the Great Tao. It seems that you've also begun to break through to the Emperor realm. Why do I feel that your talent is even more ferocious than mine? Updated from Light Novel World. He could tell that Hanju was very young. Hanju shook his head and said, how can I compare to you? You're the number one in the world. You're unparalleled. When Jiang Yi heard that, the corners of his mouth curled up. He enjoyed it and said with a smile, I came to find you this time because of something good. Read at Wuxia World. EU. What good news? Hanju asked. What good news? Hanju asked. Was he going to invite him out again? Hanju was conflicted. He didn't want to take the risk. Jiang Yi said with a burning gaze, recently, a legend has been spreading in the immortal world. Legend has it that the divine treasure of the Tao sect fell from the 33 heavens and was lost in the mortal world. Whoever obtains this treasure can step into the deity realm. Deity realm. Immortal emperors were top-notch experts in the immortal world, but deities were existences that couldn't be touched. Having just stepped into the emperor realm, Jiang Yi still yearned to reach a higher realm. Hanju smiled teasingly. There's only one treasure. How can we split it? Jiang Yi shook his head and said, who said that there's only one? Even if there's only one, who said that only one person can use it? If you help me find this treasure, I'll help you reach the Emperor realm. Your cultivation should have stopped advancing. You can only continue to become stronger when you reach the Emperor realm. Hanju asked curiously, will no one's cultivation level increase after reaching the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm? His cultivation had always been growing stronger as if there was no end to it. He had found it strange before. Jiang Yi said, of course. You've already reached the limits of a mortal. How can your cultivation level increase? Unless you're... Forget it, there's no point in saying it. Tell me, did you write novels in the past? Hanju asked anxiously. Damn it, why did he stop halfway? Jiang Yi asked in surprise, what's a novel? It's not important. Hurry up and tell me. Unless you're a connate life form. Legend has it that before the divine investiture calamity, the immortal world was even vaster and boundless. It was a period without rules and immortals. After the divine investiture calamity, the connate lifeforms were almost extinct. The heavenly Tao became more and more perfect, and there were also many difficulties in cultivation. The founder of our Golden Crow Divine Clan is a connate lifeform. I see. According to ancient mythologies, the older, the stronger. The stellar primordial body was definitely stronger than connate lifeforms. Updated from Light Novel World. In other words, endless cultivation improvement was a good thing. The stronger one's talent was, the greater the accumulation required for each cultivation realm. One had to make ample preparations. Talent was never just a matter of cultivation speed. Tell me quickly, what is a novel? Jiang Yi asked. Han Ju replied, it's a story. Jiang Yi asked in surprise, I don't write stories. Very few people in the immortal world write stories. Yes, then it's fine. So you agreed? Thank you for your kind intentions. Sorry, I don't want to go, Han Ju said apologetically. The deity realm was indeed attractive, but he didn't want to participate. Jiang Yi frowned. Han Ju rejected him again. This was the second time he had been rejected. He couldn't take it. He was the invincible prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan. Who dared to not give him face? Jiang Yi snorted. Sima Yi, don't you think too highly of yourself? I treated you sincerely, but you rejected me one time after another. Could it be that you look down on me? Han Ju waved his hand and said, how can that be? It's my fortune to befriend you, Jiang Yi. It's just that I'm timid and afraid of death. I don't want to take the risk. Otherwise, why would I hide here and be a tiny mortal world guardian? Even the Heavenly Emperor invited me to ascend, but I've rejected him many times. I really don't want to take the risk. I just want to cultivate in peace. Hearing this, Jiang Yi frowned and stared at him coldly. Han Ju was nervous. Was this fellow going to attack? He wondered if he could withstand it. Should he admit defeat? No way. If he admitted defeat, his life would be over. He would be Jiang Yi's dog in the future. Visit to Light Novel World. Come discover new novels. Wait. What am I afraid of? I have a heavenly emperor above me. This was Heavenly Court's territory. Many thoughts flashed through Han Ju's mind, and he became more confident. You can reject me. Then, tell me a novel. If it can satisfy me, I'll leave. I heard that many storytellers in the mortal world tell stories about immortals. Jiang Yi suddenly smiled. Han Ju showed a frown. Tell a story. This was fine, too. At least, they could avoid conflict. Han Ju immediately meditated, and Jiang Yi sat down. After hesitating for a while, Han Ju decided to tell the story of the Golden Crow. Legend has it that when the world first opened, all things were in chaos. All living beings were muddle-headed. In the distant sun, 2 golden crows were born. One was called Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, and the other was called Dijuan. Han Ju started to tell the story. This was a primordial world novel he had read in his previous life. Jiang Yi was expressionless. Han Ju didn't notice his hands trembling in his sleeves. That era was called the primordial world. After the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Dijuan completed their cultivation, they left the sun and came to the primordial world. They used their absolute strength to unite all living beings on the ground and called them the demon race. Han Ju became more and more excited as he spoke. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Even if the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Dijuan really existed, they were already gone. Even Hao Tian and the 12 ancestral magi were gone. How could these 2 supreme demons still be alive? He had previously asked Di Tai Bai if he knew anything about the primordial world. Di Tai Bai had replied that he did not. Perhaps the history of the immortal world was different from the Chinese legends, but it was definitely not the same. Jiang Yi was soon entranced. The more Han Ju spoke, the more excited he became. Anyway, he was bragging about how impressive Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Dijuan were. To avoid suspicion, he didn't mention the Heavenly Court. In the legends, the ones who created the Heavenly Court were the Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor. After the battle with the Magi, they perished together with the 12 ancestral Magi. The Dao ancestor reorganized the Heavenly Court and named Hao Tian the Heavenly Emperor, who later became the Jade Emperor. Of course, that was only a legend of the primordial world. It had nothing to do with this world. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Han Ju only finished after several hours. Jiang Yi sighed. Truly amazing demon emperors. They dared to fight with heaven and the sages. Even if they died, they fought to the end. Han Ju said, they're indeed very heroic, but they went against the heavenly Tao. They created too many sins and couldn't reverse the situation. These words were to please the sages. Sages were supreme and might not care about the mortal world, but Han Ju was afraid of what might happen. Jiang Yi nodded. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Han Ju asked, are you satisfied? Hearing this, Jiang Yi said meaningfully, I'm satisfied. Sima Yi, you're not simple. No wonder the heavenly emperor protected you. Then, he stood up and looked down at him. Your talent is not bad, but you're timid by nature and can't achieve great things. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. One day, you'll have no choice but to come out. At that time, the people you left behind might have already begun to look down on you. As for me, I might have already forgotten about you. I'll be the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi in your story, and no one in the future will know you. With that, Jiang Yi vanished. Han Ju cursed silently. How pretentious. So what if you're the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi? Go and die like him. I'm nameless, but I can live forever. In the primordial world, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had always been cultivating in a low-profile manner. After he survived the first calamity, he became the strongest in the primordial world. That was Han Ju's goal. He didn't want fame because he wanted to live longer. After he became the strongest, he would also want fame. Han Ju stopped thinking and returned to the Khanate cave abode. At this moment, Divine Lord Wuda slowly appeared. The story is indeed interesting, but why did he only talk about the demon court and not about our heavenly court? This child's awareness is not high. Divine Lord Wuda muttered to himself. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Read at Wuxia World. EU. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.